All right.
Super Minox. Oh, sorry.
Hi. Hello, Valiant Cheese.
Hello.
Hi, I'm for everyone who's watching, if you're just tuning in now, hi, I'm Mr. Nuclear Monster. You can also call me Jack. That's my real name. I'm playing Civilization Beyond Earth with Mr. Valiant Cheese on the line. Hello.
Hello. We're hoping to colonize another planet and not disturb the local ecology too much.
Well, that's what Cheese is down for. I'm here to be the worst fascist monster I possibly can, colonize the heck out of it. I'm hitting launch game and not. Oh, I have to ready up, I think.
There we go. Can you see
doing
that?
Something?
Can you see that solar sail now?
Solar sail. I'm not looking at the loading screen at all. I'm curious if the game has crashed. Let's see. Switch scenes. We are on the correct.
Such a stable game.
Yes. I think we're on the correct scene. We're talking about the OBS scene. Super nice. All right, I gotta remember where we were at in this game. Why can I not? There we go. Let's see. Yeah. Starts screen with a strange aspect ratio. Yes, it's like a column view for some reason. What are we doing in research development? Because we have nothing else to build. Interesting. Oops. I just gave an order to unit. I have no idea what I just did. Cool. What did I just do? Oh no. Veteran signal. Let's steal that. Do you remember where you're at in the game, Cheese?
No, I'm just currently looking at the covert ops to make sure the AI hasn't sent my mans to go and steal shit from everyone.
That's always a fun thing to have to worry about. It's super messed up. I wonder if there's an option I can set to not take over for a person, but then I wonder if it would just kick out that person. Who knows?
Yeah, I don't know. Apparently I've discovered geophysics.
Does
I know that the ground exists.
Desert? Oh, to exit. I think you're asking if it's round based or real time. It's turn based. Turn based.
And it's simultaneous turns.
Yeah, simultaneous turns. I think as long as you're not in combat or something.
Sort of simultaneous. Like
yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if you get to choose the different action. No, you don't. Like, combat happens and then whatever the result is the result.
Yeah.
I don't know what happens if you try and move away from someone who is attacking you. Whether you get to move away or, like, if the attack is cancelled or if the movement is cancelled.
Yeah. I have no idea either.
I love this. I'm looking at the tech tree and I'm like, oh yeah, I should research this. This would be great. But I've already researched it.
Happens to all of us. We'll do the old Earth relic. Yeah, I never know where to go on the tech tree. I guess because I haven't played as much. Welcome in.
I mean, that's the thing. It's meant to feel like this kind of like less certain possibility space. You don't necessarily have an indication of what progress looks like.
Yes. I need health. I guess I'll tune towards health. Mechatronics. I love that name. Reminds me of Zachtronics. Have you ever played any Zachtronic games?
Not really. I played a tiny bit of
TIS.
What's the like? Oh my goodness! Like you're making molecules.
Oh, Chem something. That's the one I'm worst at.
Yeah, Space Chem.
Space Chem, yes.
Space Chem?
Yeah, there's Space Chem.
A little bit of that.
And there's a There's so many good Zachtronics games.
It's true.
Alright, I think I'm ready for my next turn finally. Sorry it took so long.
No, it's okay. I've only just picked what tech I'm going to research next, and now I get to move all my units.
All units.
All units, all units.
There was an RTS for a console, I think, where you could select all units, and there would be a narrator, I guess, that would say all units. I watched someone play that game a long time ago.
Shit, I have 32 health. I have no idea how that happened.
You have 32 health? That's pretty good. I've got -3.
Yeah.
Actually,
no, I remember being concerned about health. I was like, I'm riding the sort of -2, -3 line for a little while.
That reminds me, I should just change... Oh, that's right. You can't just produce health. You can only produce energy, culture, science, or food.
Yeah.
I love this game. I love the look of it. So glad that you started, because I think it was you streaming it that got me to start this game up.
Yeah, rad.
I will also say for anyone... What's that?
Why does a trade vessel have to cost more than like a convoy, trade convoy?
That's a good question.
Ripped off.
I wonder if boats in general cost more to make than land vehicles?
Yeah, I don't know.
Trying to get this cruiser back home so I can heal it. Alright, Sentinel. Give me that decisive victory.
I built another trade unit without having enough trade slots available anywhere.
Oh no. We've all done it.
You love to see it.
Can I just buy this Pharma Lab? Oh, I can't. That will help my health situation. Most military ships are way bigger than a tank and such more expensive in terms of materials, build time, and need bigger engine, etc. Yeah. I feel like a trade vessel would be pretty big. If we can buy this one too.
I like big trade vessels and I cannot lie.
So it goes.
My brother likes big trade vessels and cannot tell the truth.
Which one of us is lying?
Yeah. I love that my alien friends are like friends. They love me.
I love murdering alien friends. I should next time I play I should try Harmony.
It's just like they're annoying because they get in the way and you can't move your units on top of them, but you know, it's in general it's I think
Does this Explorer finish? Oh yeah, it did. Your expedition team salvaged the wreckage of a crash sally of some kind. It was relatively intact after falling from orbit. Anyway, we'll get some production. Sweet.
Get off the gosh darn resources, please. I would like to build something here. While exploring Progenitor ruins, several of members of your expedition team were struck simultaneously with a powerful vision depicting the construction of a towering device larger than a city. The vision was so detailed that the expedition team was able to share some secrets with your people as a whole, granting a free level up in an affinity. Hooray!
Free affinity level.
I don't know what I got. Oh, we get to pick? That's very nice. More harmony, please.
Upgrade my ranger.
I can upgrade my marine to a marauder. It doesn't sound very harmonious, does it?
No, it doesn't. Just like friendly fire.
I mean, if you're cold, fire could be friendly, I guess.
That's true. I never thought of it that way. Oh, where's this? Oh man, this must be why I sent on awry. It's this colonist. I have nowhere to put it now.
Are you trapped in someone else's territory?
No, but I had at the start of this game I accidentally clicked while selecting a unit, and I didn't realize I was selecting a unit. And I suspect it was this colonist because it's just off in the water doing nothing. I think I want to send this.
Call worm strike operation can be performed by covert agents. That's kind of fun.
Yeah.
Can you imagine? That's pretty full on.
That would be awesome. Very Dune. Where's my health is still bad? I just built a couple health buildings. From the number of cities. It probably doesn't help them about to build more cities. Or outposts. I think they turn into cities later. Hope you had a good walk this morning, Cheese.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, fairly good, I think.
I had a delicious frozen burrito in between.
Did you warm it up?
I did warm it up, thank goodness. They're a little too hard to eat. Literally. If I don't.
No, I get it.
In between learning German and Beyond Earth.
Mine staples in
Yes, in Alpha Centauri, right?
Yeah. Gosh, what a thing.
That game was full of like imaginative, like actual science fiction stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I think the mind staples were like some way it was like an inhibitor device on a droid in Star Wars, but I think it was essentially like lobotomizing people to become like your servants or whatever. In Sid Meier's Alpha Centauri, game on which Beyond Earth is really inspired.
Kind of a spiritual success.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, hey, crash.
Oh no. Okay.
I feel like Wicket from Caravan of Courage. He's like, Star Cruiser, crash.
I'll invite you to the game again. Guess I should save. Save real quick. And I'll do nothing else. Beyond observe.
What's that plantation you've got? Is it like cacti or something?
Oh yeah? Oh yeah! Terrascape. That's cool. Oh, and this one too.
Further off to the right, on the other side of that little river. History.
Tubers, it says.
Tubers, nice.
Hope everyone enjoys their tubers. It seems strange because they're apparently being grown in atmosphere.
Well, I mean that's the plant above the ground. The tuber is the
It's
bit under the ground that you'd eat, right?
Yeah, it's true. They definitely looked cacti-esque.
They do look like cacti, yeah. Joining game in progress.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say earlier, just for anyone who's tuning in now, the the webcam I'm using. Oh, it's just froze and unfroze. Very curious behavior.
Classic.
We had some issues with it yesterday, so if I have issues again.
I heard you were talking shit.
Yeah, exactly. If it freezes and if it stops working again, I can switch over to a backup option. It says you're connected but didn't do the loading screen thing.
Yeah.
That's weird.
It says waiting for players, so I assume that something else is gonna happen.
Oh, maybe my end turn. Can you do stuff in the game?
No, it's all locked out since I'm
really
waiting for other players to do stuff. Yeah.
Oh man.
So I guess the AI has already used my turn, and it's waiting for your turn to end.
Good night, Superminox. All right, let me.
Have a good one, Superminox.
Let me choose production. Alright, I'm hitting next turn now. It should do the loading screen thing. I'd imagine.
You ever think that the depiction of the vertical fungus is weird?
Vertical fungus?
Where's the loading screen? Yeah.
Where's the solar sail in this image?
It's on the right. It's like a little square thing.
I see a ship in the distance. I don't see any other ship-like object. I wonder if my colorblindness is tricking me. I think you're colorblind as well, aren't you? Aren't you?
I have minor red-green deficiencies.
Okay. That's also what I have. I don't know. It's curious. Go build. I have zero interest in building the launch complex. The orbital stuff never seemed that interesting to me in this game. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I agree. It just feels like you're micromanaging a bunch of boring stuff.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, I'll send you a screenshot of, with what looks like the solar sail to me highlighted.
Oh, your loading screen's different than mine.
Well, never mind then.
That's interesting. I wonder why your loading screen's different.
Oh, they probably picked randomly.
I guess, but I've never seen that one. It's always the same for me. Maybe because of my, oh, maybe it's because of the group you choose at the start. Since I'm the KP, maybe I get the KP one or something.
Oh, maybe. But like all the loading screens that I've seen seem to like present more than one faction.
Not sure.
Yeah, I don't know. Are you familiar with Ross Scott of Accursed Farms and Ross's Game Dungeon?
I think it sounds vaguely familiar. I think I saw you post something about that earlier today.
Yeah.
And I think
He normally
I was vaguely familiar with
retro
that.
games and stuff.
Normally does what?
And he normally reviews retro games and stuff.
Oh, okay.
And recently he's gotten grumpy because there's a game. Well, I mean, we all are, right? Like, there's a couple of games that he's bought over the years that had online components that are no longer playable, where like the publisher or developer has decided to shut down the infrastructure that allows the game to be run, and without doing anything to make sure that players can continue to experience the things that they've paid for. And he kind of got the grumpies and has embarked on a crusade to try and get that regulated around the world.
Nice.
He's got a group of people that he's working with. Some of them are lawyers, some of them are, industry representatives and a few other people, and they've come up with like strategies for all different parts of the world, and he's trying to leverage his visibility as a YouTube person who talks about games to try and get attention to this. And yeah, I think like I maybe he is not the right person to do it, but like it's awesome to see someone, because it's something that he said himself. He's like, I don't want to do this, but nobody else is stepping up, so I'm gonna try and make it happen. But yeah, it's cool to see him putting in that effort, and inspiring to see him putting in that effort, regardless. And yeah,
that's really cool. Actually, yeah, there was. I think that I don't know if that's a new person to get involved or not, but there was some similar movement that started about a month ago, I want to say. And that is really neat. I really hope that there can be some kind of legislation towards making sure that games are preserved in a publicly accessible way.
Yeah.
Because, like, especially now, like in this moment that we're in now, where more and more games are moving towards digital purchases.
Yep. And where artificial scarcity is like this manufactured thing that is becoming more and more present in our cultures as well.
Exactly. And also, of course, lots of these games these days, unlike like Civ, which I think would just continue to function for the most part without any kind of network functionality. A lot of games these days require network functionality to do basic to let you play any part of the game. And
yeah,
that's a little bit more difficult to, I think, to legislate. But at like the minimum, like once a thing isn't commercially viable anymore, there needs to be some solution so that it's still accessible or potentially accessible to people. Like,
yeah, there needs to be a more conscious and deliberate end of life strategy.
Exactly. And it's tough because we know games like are developed like in totally abysmal working conditions, where oftentimes people are like up against a wall of development. The development team at least has minimal funding. And I guess it's kind of just the result of capitalism that's that way, but also there has to be, like, I think the only solution in that sense is regulation.
Yeah, and like the game industry, games as a medium was commercialized before it was born, right? Like no other medium has had that handicap.
Yes.
And because of the time that it emerged in, like, there was this kind of like anti-regulation context that it's kind of been trying to carry forward, and so we end up with, as that gets recognized as being unacceptable, we end up with a lot of self-regulation stuff, like self-regulations, ratings boards, and that kind of thing.
Yes.
And it's clear, at least to me, that self-regulation isn't enough in a bunch of cases.
Absolutely. I mean, I can't think of any industry where self-regulation is enough. But especially in games where, like, I don't know, having experienced game development at like almost every level except for like the highest executive levels.
Yeah.
At every time, it's always been fiscal pressure towards decisions that, well, at least I think some people want to make things that are entertaining or at least good. Even in like the worst scenarios of development I've seen, where like you're making like exploitative games in ways that are not like you're paying up front for a game. People still want to, those people that I've met, those game developers, still want to make a good game that people enjoy, that they enjoy. But they've always been stymied by fiscal interests above their head. So yeah, it's definitely got to be regulation.
Yeah, 100%. Oh no, my striker isn't a striker anymore. Don't hear striker slam echoing in my head every time. Now they're going to be shredders, so I guess I'll think of like Ninja Turtles or something.
Did you watch that cartoon?
No, not really. My parents were a little bit
strict.
Anti-violence, I guess.
Anti-violence, okay. That's not unreasonable.
And, you know, that show is about constantly fighting, right?
Yes.
I'm surprised that they let me watch Transformers, to be honest.
I was about to say that. I guess it's a different kind of fighting.
Yeah, I think a little bit maybe, but also
And robots.
The cultural context that I grew up in is like, in addition to just background Australian disdain for Sebos.
I'm sorry, what? For what?
Sebos.
What's that?
Okay, so you now Australians think of, we tend to, we use broad brushes sometimes,
yes.
and so we're just like, all Americans are Yanks.
Yes.
And we inherited a little bit of that kind of rhyming slang sensibility, so the Yanks are septic tanks.
What? Hold on.
And septic tanks gets shortened down to Seppos.
Okay.
But yeah, so like in addition to like Australians in general,
Wow.
a little bit anti-American. And
that's not unreasonable. I understand.
Yeah, just like in the background, like, haha, let's make fun of the people who think they're the top dog, because they're like, clearly not.
Absolutely.
But also my family is a little more mindful and a little bit more aware of like what US cultural imperialism means for the world at large, and so I have like the double helping of anti-US sentiments.
Yes.
And much like The Simpsons, I think Ninja Turtles felt like it was a very American property.
Interesting.
So we didn't
Wow.
watch Simpsons either.
Wow. It's so interesting. Thank you for explaining that. I had no idea. I've never heard that term before.
Sebos?
Yeah.
It's funny because I remember, like, I hear stories from I think that might have like been a thing that kind of, I don't know. I think it's been around forever, but I think it kind of established itself more firmly during World War II. I think, but I remember talking to someone who served in Vietnam, and he was like, whenever we call them seppos, right? Because that's what we do. In the same way that we call the Brits Poms.
Right.
Whinging, stinking Poms.
Wait, what is POM short for? Do I want to know?
I don't know if it's short for anything. But whinging bloody Poms is just the stereotype that we've attached to them.
Very good.
But yeah, so we call them seppos, and reflecting, I guess, a level of education and cultural awareness. They were like, they didn't know what septic meant, and they didn't know what a septic tank was, but they were like, oh, tanks are cool.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, the septic tanks are here, woo!
That's incredible.
And we, of course, the Australians, of course, would just laugh at them for that and enjoy that situation. So yeah,
Incredible.
good times.
Good times.
So we were, no, I don't know. I was about to say something, but I have no memory of what it was. So
Yeah, I think I don't know how we got here, but I'm glad. I guess we're talking about U.S. cultural imperialism, and then we got distracted by seppos, which is very good.
I think it was Shredder's. Ninja
Shredders,
Turtles,
right?
U.S.
Yes,
cultural imperialism.
yes.
Yeah,
Teenage Mutant
that's
Turtles.
the path.
Very good. Wow. Seppos.
Yeah.
That's great.
But yeah, we have a strong culture of being dismissive of and ridiculing anybody who appears to be or appears to think that they are like
Better than other people.
superior or important. Like
Good.
deflating self-importance is a
Yes.
very big part of Australian culture, I think.
There is some of that in the U.S. Depending on where you grew up. There's a culture.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to say it's exclusively Australian.
Yeah, no, totally. But where there's being boastful and too prideful, and some not too prideful, but I guess too boastful. This is probably a different kind of attitude, but was always a thing that was frowned upon.
Yeah,
when I grew up.
During the times when I engaged with the like conventional school system, I got a lot of like anybody who seemed interested in learning received a lot of negative social pressure.
Yeah, absolutely.
Anybody who was seen as too smart, like
Front runner.
which is gross.
Yeah, totally.
So I'm just talking garbage instead of taking my turn.
No worries. I'm happy it's that. That's half the reason for this stream.
Talking garbage.
Talking
But yeah,
garbage.
very exciting to see that in the video that I shared, Ross has a petition to the European Union that potentially, if it can get enough signatures, seems like it might have a high chance of like getting legislation to regulate or to enforce self-regulation, I guess, because it's like it's not like the framing of what they're asking for is to require developers to have some kind of end-of-life strategy that ensures the availability of their work. It's up to developers how they do that. Right?
Yes.
They go do something, which I think is like a damn sight better than what we have now.
Absolutely. I think it's totally doable, and I think the European Union is the place where that can get done the easiest, if it's possible anywhere, because the EU has demonstrated itself to have a regulatory attitude towards big industry. In some cases that I've seen, technology specifically, especially in the past year and a half, or 2 years, or 3 years really, with like Apple and Google.
Yeah.
But I think I don't know, maybe to a lesser extent with Google, I'm not as tuned into what they're doing
a tiny
there.
bit with Facebook as well, if I remember correctly.
Oh, cool. Good.
gosh, I want these 2 damn siege worms to go away. There's some float stone that I would like to acquire, but yeah. I got these 2 siege worms that keep destroying the mines and stuff that I built.
Oh no.
Classic siege worms.
Classic siege worms. I think we had come up with some names for one before. So good.
Good old Steven.
Yeah, Steve the siege worm. Why is my health still so bad? And like my advisors are trying to get me to build energy stuff, and it's like I need health. I mean, I'm low in energy too, but
Yeah, advisors don't know what they want. They're not helpful.
not always. Ooh, virtue time.
Another aspect, we were talking earlier about car culture and how being inside several tons of armor seems to change people's dispositions and reactions a little bit. I think on top of that, there's also like an aspect of, particularly when it comes to attitudes and behaviors around cyclists, is cyclists are like minorities. Cyclists are a minority of road users, right?
Absolutely.
And minorities are very easy to profile, I guess.
Yeah.
So if you see one cyclist run a red light, you're like, oh man, cyclists are bad. But if you see a white sedan run a red light, you go, oh, that guy was a jerk.
Exactly. Exactly. I think you've hit the nail on the head.
Which is an interesting thing, I think.
I had a funny experience, or not, I don't know, funny, but a couple weeks ago, I was out, hilarious experience. I was out walking to run some errands and waiting for a red light to cross the street, a pedestrian crossing, and a cyclist. And a weird peculiarity about the way the United States works is that the majority of cyclists you will see, at least here in Hawaii, are just people cycling for
just for recreation.
Sort of. It's almost universally people cycling in like tight spandex for, I guess, exercise and sport.
Yeah.
It's strange. It's super strange to me because I know in Europe, at least, I think people cycle just to like get around.
Some lycra losers.
Well, right. You're right. Lycra losers. That'd be a great way to describe it. I don't know.
But yeah, here at least there's a big culture of like people who, as like a communal thing, pay money for their lycra and ride their bike to a fancy coffee shop and then drink their fancy coffee and then go home. Like it's I don't know. Seems like there's some like status stuff going on as well.
Sure. And I don't think there's anything wrong with people exercising or exercising. I think it's strange that that's the only form of like cycling you'll see for the most part in the United States, except for kids trying to get somewhere maybe. But so anyway, so the other day I was walking, trying to cross the street. This guy comes up, full lycra suit, and hollers and sees me waiting for the light, and hollers at me, let's what does he say? Something to the effect of let's jaywalk together, or whatever the equivalent would be. Like let's break the law together and cross against the light. Very strange encounter I had. I wish I remembered the exact words. Totally bizarre.
Let's stick it to the man.
Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of cute.
Yeah. Of all the comments I've gotten hollered at while walking outside with the mask on, that is the maybe least offensive.
Hola, how can I help you?
Who are you? What group are you running in this game?
If you put your mouse over the symbol at the top, it says Cheeseness. I'm running the Cheeseness faction. That's something I really hate about this game is the notifications tell you like the name of the faction leader, but don't tell you the name of the faction. So when you then go to the diplomacy screen, you're like, who the hell am I trying to talk to?
Exactly.
I am
Franco Iberia.
Yeah.
Okay. The CEO Suzanne Fielding had her spies in my territory. And I was like, I thought that was you for saying. No, it's not your problem.
Oh, Suzanne Fielding is the
ARC.
The very hyper corporate, hyper capitalist lady. It's funny, you open up the diplomacy screen and she says something that sounds like it comes from the Ferengi rules of acquisition.
Totally.
Like, oh man. Trade is good for business. War is good for business. Peace is good for business.
Business.
Don't put family above profit. Wait, where did my worker go?
Maybe from the AI nonsense.
Yeah, you're right. I sent a worker down to improve my newly founded city, which is across an ocean, and it decided to send it back to improve stuff near my hometown, which is not even remotely helpful for anyone. Something just popped up in my feed that is a picture of a woman on fire. It's like a drawing, like it's not graphic or anything. And she's flanked by two cats sitting on their back legs with their paws in the air and horrified faces. And it's captioned, "My life is a fairy tale, but the author is German." So people go, "Oh yeah, fairy tales, that's nice." And then you go, "Brothers Grimm."
Yes. You've done something slightly bad, so now you'll be set ablaze, and your hands will be cut off or something.
Yeah. You will be forced to marry someone that you would probably be best off not marrying.
Yeah, some weird punishment like that. I like how I'm like, why is my health so bad as I found 3 new cities?
Yeah, it's a bit like that sometimes. I had a butcher bird in my yard this morning.
Ooh.
They're very nice. I like them. Even though they sound a little bit scary.
That's one of the things I wanted to tell you about. Oh my gosh, I keep forgetting to say this. So this synthesizer that I built, the open source one, it has not one, but 2 different bird-based sound generator things. I failed at installing either one of them because they rely so heavily on samples that I think something is going wrong.
Crashed again.
Oh no. I think something is going wrong with, I'm going to click save game as soon as it returns at the end of the turn. Yep, there we go.
Okay. He's making like badly assembled bird sounds.
I can't even install the apps or scripts or programs.
Ripped off.
I need to figure out what's going wrong with that at some point. I get like a weird generic error, and then when I search for the error, it's like people on different like programming language forums complaining about the error. So I'm like thinking, I don't know.
Yeah, it sucks.
I don't know. I don't really know the underlying technology on this thing. It like uses Lua as one option and then something else for another. I need to dig into the terms.
Robin Hood Men in Tights.
I saw that when it came out in the theaters. I have not seen it since. It is something I desperately want to watch again because
it's very silly.
Yeah, very silly.
There's a bit where the Sheriff of Nottingham has been embarrassed by having a strap on his saddle cut and then like rotates until he is upside down on the horse.
Yes.
And he goes, "Now I'm really pissed off." And a Chew says, "Pissed off? If I was that close to a horse's wiener, I'd be worried about getting pissed on." And so every time I say ripped off or something like that, I go, "Ripped off? If I was that close to a horse's wiener, I'd be worried about getting ripped on."
I like that when you join the game, it makes it sound like you're at like a United Nations meeting. It makes like a ding, like a. Oh, please pay
Oh,
attention. Like a pleasant noise.
Member for Singapore would like to speak.
Yeah, exactly.
I represented Singapore at a Model United Nations Assembly.
Really? Wait, when?
In
You say this week?
90
Oh, okay.
something.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, it was like a school thing. And like in hindsight, I wish I had put more effort into it because like I didn't, and like it was interesting, and I was interested in like researching and learning about what the United Nations did and what the role of stuff was, but I didn't take it as an opportunity to like immerse myself in Singapore culture and like understand the people that I was meant to be representing within that context, which feels like a missed opportunity.
Yeah, I think it was like harder at that time, like in the 90s. At least for me, it was harder to like find out about different cultures and stuff.
Yeah, I guess I can understand that. I feel like I could have put... I definitely could have put more effort. But I think the only contribution that I actually made was a correction about the most widely spoken language on the planet.
Most widely spoken language on the planet.
Yeah, so some other person was making a point about something and saying that English was the most widely spoken language on the planet. I was like, yeah, no.
Yeah, it's. I think you're right. I think it's not English. I don't know what
Mandarin.
it is. Mandarin. Okay.
Or at least at the time it was Mandarin, I believe.
It's one of those questions where I'd wonder what the true answer is, because like you're getting like that seems like the kind of issue where you'd only get an answer. It seems like it would be hard.
China's got a lot of people.
It does, but it seems like it'd be hard to get an answer from anyone but a government, like in terms of what they report.
Yeah, you can't survey that stuff.
Right.
It's too big. But yeah, like it wouldn't be English, I believe. I mean, maybe today it's closer, but certainly in the 90s, not so much.
I think
You've
you're
got a carrier. I shouldn't be looking at your screen.
That's not my carrier. That's the ARC carrier.
Oh. You know, I never use them. I find them absolutely useless.
I got completely obliterated in my single player game. One of my towns did, by a carrier that was loaded down with those needle ships or needle jets or whatever they are.
Oh, interesting.
Well, that was one of the units that the computer used to attack me in one of my single player games. Here we go.
Oh, loading screen. There we go.
Yes, and if you look on the stream, you'll see my loading screen, which is this green, I guess, thing.
Oh yeah. Okay, I can see why you couldn't see a solar sail.
I'm glad we figured that out, because otherwise I was very confused. There is a little ship on my screen, but it's very much not that.
I really wanted to paint something in the style of these loading screens. As my kind of like turn-based Tuesday finished a game fan art.
Mm-hmm.
But I ended up not, which I don't have like regrets about. I think the piece that I made is pretty cool.
Yes, it is.
But it is something that like just, I guess, weighs on my mind. It's something that I think about a lot, which makes me feel like I'm probably going to come back later and make something else.
That's cool to be inspired by that, and
Yeah.
I think it's really neat.
It's one of those things where, oh my goodness, sorry.
The AI.
The AI is being built on satellites. Thanks, AI.
Sorry.
It's fine. I know I'm stuck in satellite mode. Let me out. Let me out.
This game definitely does some weird, has some state issues.
Yeah. Yeah, 100%. So annoying. I've got like a bunch of things I can't build because I don't have resources. We don't have enough resources.
I'm sorry.
That's fine. It's just me.
I have a city that got named Pran, and I feel like that's...
Sounds like some, like, I don't know, like flatbread or something.
Yeah, exactly. I feel like it's all either that or the name for like a child that is not cared for at all by someone who considers themselves
My
very,
goodness.
very... Pran, come and eat your flat noodles. That kind of nonsense.
Wow, that pack lady has a lot of military units inside my border, and I'm not feeling super great about it.
I wonder if they're... I don't know how often they turn and start attacking you, unless you start doing something similar, but I bet that they would. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't really trust her, to be honest. Well, that was weird. I changed my production to something, and then it just grayed out. Maybe I'd already built it, but it was in the list for some reason.
Oh, I can turn off the quick combat.
Oh, okay.
I'm looking to see if there's any options.
Oh, Xenomass.
Oh, you can tell your automated workers to not replace improvements and don't remove features. Interesting. Oh.
Oh my goodness, they built solar collectors everywhere.
Yeah. That's no good.
I don't think I found the South Pole. Or the southern expanses that I'm not allowed to build in.
Yeah, I feel like the polar stuff at the north and south is, well, it's polar, but I feel like they just like took the civilization one and like, that's fine.
Yeah, I feel like there's room to like do something interesting there. That it's like a missed opportunity. So I spent ages like trying to build a town near a one of those trade stations so that I could try and maybe someday get there and establish a trade route. Because if you don't establish a trade route with them within a certain amount of time, they just disappear. And yeah, I had a trade thing ready to go, and then they just disappeared. Good times.
That stinks. I'm sorry.
Ah, stop sending my dudes. I want people in the HQ so that they can increase the likelihood of my other people doing stuff.
Nice. All right, so I have a quest decision: the observable universe.
Ooh.
This planet is geologically quite different from Earth. No kidding. In many ways, its natural effects are far more damaging than we anticipated. Luckily, this new observatory will give us the chance to learn more about our planet and bend that knowledge towards our favor. The question is, where should we direct our gaze? Toward the invisible neutrinos and waves swirling unseen around us, or towards the celestial heavens, which are still unfamiliar to our eyes? So if I focus on micro or macro, and this turns into city strength or Naval unit movement. That's weird. I guess city strength?
What do you think about like naval units as like belly button related?
Yeah, totally. That's so funny. Is that spelled differently?
No, I think it's the same. Same with oranges as well.
That's right. English is so weird.
I don't know what the etymology is for those are.
Yeah.
I sent you a screenshot previously of like my dearth of alien friends, I think.
I always get confused. Is a dearth a lot of alien friends or?
Yeah, a lot.
Okay. That I don't know, for some reason in my head I've always read that word as being lacking something. But
Yeah.
it's not. It's the opposite. Yeah, you definitely have a lot of alien friends.
They're great. Great!
So you view as cultural imperialism?
Yeah.
It surprised me when I was watching. I don't know, there's a couple Australian video clips I got from archive.org that I'd put before. I used to run like a what should I call it? A film club. And before the movie would start on this Discord-based film club, I would show some quote-unquote nonsense. And one of them, the pieces of nonsense, were some different clips from Australian television in the 90s, I think, that I got from archive.org. And it included, well, my favorite was always, which manufacturer was it? Electronics manufacturers microwave cooking video where these two like very early 90s, late 80s or something Australian ladies are telling you how you can cook things in your microwave, including entire like turkeys. It's absolutely horrible. No one would ever cook that in the microwave.
Good times.
But Sharp. It's Sharp Australia, that's right. And one of the clips though was like just like a bunch of commercials from commercial television in Australia in the 80s and 90s, and it was a lot of like, oh, this TV show from the US, oh, this, like, we were having an entire like Broadway style show about different American cultural things. It was absolutely like complete nonsense. I don't know who would want to see that. It just felt totally bizarre.
Yeah, like the same thing with like talking about profiling of particular behavioral patterns in cars.
Mm-hmm.
And it's been interesting to see how that has happened with like SUVs, like suburban utility vehicles, and larger urban vehicles becoming more normalized has led to an increase in particular types of driver behaviors over the past like 10-20 years.
Absolutely. And like in the US in particular, I mean, just from my experience, it's been that there are like tax incentives to build these giant vehicles And it's like a weird response to, strange enough, safety laws, because, and also like safety laws and environmental regulations, right? If you build a truck in the US, you don't have to make it as efficient with gasoline as if you build a smaller car. Right. So it incentivizes that's like one of like 3 different reasons. Uh-oh.
I'm so sad. Haha, alien friends are sinking sinking some of those vessels invading my space.
Nice.
You gotta laugh.
Haha. Here we go. Oh, I built too many trade vessels. Oops, all trade vessels.
That's the problem that I had before, remember?
Yeah. How do I get more trade slots?
Aha, I just bought an ultrasonic fence and kicked a whole bunch of alien units out of my territory.
Oh, I wonder if that also kicks out your own alien units. Like I have a
no,
KP.
no, it's just
okay.
The alien faction.
It's so weird that my observatories now produce defense.
Oh, I got one of those like immediately gain 450 energy or
nice.
Get free population for each of your cities, and like
wow.
Yeah, population, thanks dude. Shooting my friends. I wish I knew whose units it was so I could declare war on them or something. Oh no.
Scimitar Jama Bar has reestablished communications with Earth.
Yeah, it's one of the victory things.
I don't know why there's 2 notifications about it.
So one is for the when they appeared they had different labels on them, but one is for, hang on, let me check. Yeah, one's for the Emancipation victory, and one is for the Promised Land victory.
Oh.
So if you bring up the victory victory conditions, you can see that both of those have been progressed for that character.
Yeah. Oh, I'm supposed to steal science from Crobroast. I should really know what my victory conditions are for this game.
I feel like so there's the quests button down the bottom. You can find out details on them. I actually find it quite. I feel like it diminishes the game in my mind. Like, I would much rather have the victory conditions be a surprise.
Yeah. It's the only one. It's the only one of these games I know of that's ever done this. To, like, spell out what the victory conditions are in this manner.
Sorry, you're waiting with me.
Oh, no worries. Ooh, there's a domination victory. Control all original capital cities.
Have you heard of I think it's called The Sojourn. It's a audio drama about people from a like multi-planet civilization who have had some problems with managing their local ecology and have run out of the ability to produce food, and have found unexpectedly the ability to travel to another region of space that appears to be more fertile, but happens to be populated by some people with very differing values.
I have not heard of that. That's really cool. It's an audio book?
Audio drama.
Audio drama.
So like a radio play.
Yeah.
Not on the radio.
I used to listen to Doctor Who ones of those a long time ago. From wait, was it? It's like Upstairs or something weird like that. An audio production group. I would get the actual Doctor Who actors for the most part.
Yeah, nice.
which was something nice for those folks to do, especially as they got older. They didn't have to appear on screen or do anything super difficult. Just, I mean, not that voice acting is not difficult or skill based, but it was maybe a little bit more easier for them to be comfortable doing it, I think.
Put a link in chat if anybody's interested in checking it out. There's a new season starting this month.
Drama. Is it available as a podcast?
Yeah.
Oh, cool. That would be how I would love to interact with that kind of thing.
My understanding is that you can... Oh, hang on, I came across it via what's it called? Nebula?
Oh.
I have a lifetime subscription to Nebula. I don't
Oh, you did that?
do subscription.
That's interesting. I was thinking about doing that. I think it's Nebula. I think that's one, like, not just bikes and all these other channels are on.
Yeah, it's a whole ton of things. It seems to be... I don't know whether it is actually a co-op, but it seems to be run with some co-op mentalities.
Yeah. I thought about signing up for that a few times, but especially the lifetime or bus, basically. I should really just do 1 month at some point.
Yeah, I got the lifetime one. I had a little bit of money and could afford it, and I was like, well, you know, there are a bunch of people whose stuff I watch who are already on here, and supporting them feels worthwhile, so I'll do that.
I think Nebula had an issue where they were partnered with some other similar thing that was more focused on learning, and then like the two things split up. I can't remember.
Yeah, so you used to be able to get like a Nebula and...
Yeah, whatever the other thing was.
Yeah, I don't remember off the top of my head. Is it like Brilliant or something?
Mm-hmm.
Or Great Courses Plus, or one of these things. So how do you feel about this guy doing wonders and victory conditions and stuff at this point in the game?
Not super great.
Hola, how can I help
It does
you?
elicit a sense of panic, I think.
I know when I play the single player game, I just let them do their thing and then just let them take the victory, and then just did one more turn, so I could play my another 1,000, 2,000 turns.
Yeah.
But I'd definitely be interested in. I could definitely be persuaded towards attacking another civ.
Well, I wasn't inviting.
Oh, that's just my default. Oh, it hit my agent.
Oh, my agreement's expired.
All my apes gone.
I haven't.
Did you say all my apes are gone?
Yes, all my apes gone. Specifically.
You're doing NFT stuff.
That was some ding dong that had all of his apes stolen. And he tweeted, "All my apes gone."
I mean, I don't like to laugh, but maybe I do. I don't know.
It's so funny too. Like I think the part of the funny thing about it was that they were complaining that their apes were stolen, their stupid NFT bullshit, and then like they're essentially asking for some kind of regulatory body to step in on this inherently.
Come in and regulate my decentralized.
Exactly. Can't someone help? It's like, no, you were fooled. I'm sorry, you're a victim of these like ultra capitalist Looney Tunes who decide you are exploitable. but you were and they did.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm doing a trade agreement with a dude, and I'm like, what will make this work? And he's like, I want some of your xenomass, and I'm like, I don't think that's gonna happen, Chad. Yeah, I don't know why I can't do a cooperation agreement with them. It makes me sort of grumpy. Nobody aside from us seems to have much in the way of strategic resources.
Interesting. Oh yeah, it totally. Oh, it tells you their affinity points. I guess you have to go into the negotiation thing to see what they have.
Yeah.
I haven't got all day.
I'm really bad at making friends with the AI characters.
Yeah, the guy who did the thing, has been progressing towards victory conditions. He's the most friendly with me. Oh, hang on. It doesn't say you already have a cooperation agreement. It says a cooperation agreement already exists between players. So maybe that means that all human players just get a cooperation agreement.
Was it?
Ah, look, there it is. Is that the first declaration of war?
Who's declared war? Oh. CEO Suzanne Fielding and Hutama.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I don't have much in the way of influence with either of them, otherwise I would try and force them to make peace.
Just accidentally hit a hotkey that minimized the game. Hopefully it doesn't
Oh, good
crash.
times.
Oh, I wonder if this is a good time for being attacked. What's this guy's name? This Hutama? Yeah.
That's Utama. He's the polystyrene guy.
Yeah, he's right on my border. I don't really have anything built up to attack with, but I get some stuff over there because I bet he's super distracted.
Maybe.
Who did this? This Pack? Yeah, it's Pack.
你好.
Pack built a city near me, or is building an outpost.
你好.
That's actually much less agreeable.
Wait, that's Pack?
Yeah,
报
Pack,
告上来.
Pack built right next to me.
Oh, it's Ark. Ark is the Suzanne Fielding one.
Yeah,
Stupid TLAs.
very good. Wow, okay. This Pack lady is super aggro.
It says she's neutral.
Yeah, she's currently technically neutral for me, but she just built a city right next to my territory. I may have to go to war with her for like 5 turns to get her to give up this outpost, which is currently completely undefended. That's usually my diplomatic solution.
I can't befriend C units. That's annoying. I thought I was going to get myself a Kraken for a moment there. Ah, the science.
I'm negative 14 on health right now.
Negative 14.
Yeah, I should get. It's from building all these cities. I should get some. I'm gonna buy a farmer lab though. I'll have to save up to buy something else.
You always build a clinic with every city and kind of get that health stuff going from the outset.
I'd like to.
Oh yeah, it's good in theory, right?
Right.
And the crypto nursery? It's like, what's the crypto nursery all about?
Exactly. Sounds like how Elon Musk makes new children.
My goodness. I thought he made new children by sexually harassing his employees.
That too.
What a weird man.
Incredibly strange person. Has all the money in the world, could just live a happy life, have the public eye, but instead completely destroyed by Twitter. Completely Twitter pilled, as the youths might say, and then scoff at.
Yeah. discovered terraforming. Look
Oh,
out.
you said the pack is all over your territory, aren't they?
Yeah, they were.
Are they still?
I think the alien units killed most of them.
Oh, good. Okay, because I do need to declare war against this lady. She's absolutely bonkers putting this settlement right next to mine. Maybe I'll probably be like another 5 turns before I do that. I think it's supposed to be easier to take an outpost. Especially this thing's like, I guess it has an explorer. It was a combat rover, I see. I don't know. I'm about to get some more stuff over there. Kind of gotta go around Panama to get some units near to it.
Stop attacking my friends! You ever watch Monster Factory?
I don't think so. Oh, is that that's what's his face? Justin McElroy?
Yeah, Justin and Griffin.
Yeah, they got I'm very happy for them being so successful, but I used to listen to Justin on the Joystick podcast when Joystick was a website about video games before it was destroyed by big business or something. And
Yeah.
Justin's always so funny. It's the other two. I remember one of them said some ding dong thing or something.
So I feel like Griffin is the one with the most kind of emotional intelligence. Justin is the one with probably the largest sense of humor, and Travis is the one that is maybe less adept on both fronts. I think
Yeah.
he identifies as not being neurotypical,
Yeah.
and I understand that that makes certain sorts of things harder, but yes, he does seem to stick his foot in things he doesn't intend to stick his foot in.
Yeah.
Like, none of it seems malicious, right? Like, it just
Right.
seems like a guy making not great
I mean,
decisions.
It's real easy to say something stupid. It's so easy to say
Yeah.
something stupid. It's real tough. It's always tough to turn that into a legitimate learning experience and not feel like you're being attacked. It's so that is such a tough thing for people to get over. But anyway, you're talking about Monster Factory.
Yeah, Monster Factory is like a thing where Justin and Griffin make horrendous characters and character creators.
Nice.
But there was one where they played Skyrim, I think, and Griffin had installed a bunch of mods, but didn't tell Justin what they were. And the idea was going to be that Justin would keep an eye out and sort of mention it if he saw anything that looked out of the ordinary. So things like the dragons being replaced with Thomas the Tank Engine.
Very good.
And anytime Justin picked up on something, his little robot voice would go, "Mod discovered." And I don't remember why I brought it up, but there was something that made me think of that.
I've heard Monster Factory is real good. I should check that out. I love that kind of humor.
I feel like I have this thing where sometimes I get exposed to like the pinnacle of a thing, and it's all downhill from there.
That's definitely true. It's like when you
So,
hear
like-
a great album, a great song from an artist, but then you listen to their album and you're like, it's hot.
Oh no, I think it crashed. Yeah, I'm like, I'll just keep listening to the thing I like, or keep reading this book I like. I don't need to explore all their other stuff. But the Ark Survival Evolved Monster
Yes.
Factory episode they did is probably the funniest one, and it was one of the first ones I watched. And the others are like, well, I mean, they're not bad. They just feel like they're reaching for something that they're not getting, which is not the case, right? Like, I've just had my expectations set a little bit too high.
Yeah, totally.
It's like I read Guards as the first Discworld novel that I read.
I I've never read
and like
any Discworld. I
pretty
need
damn
to.
good, and everything else is not quite as good around it.
Yeah.
Not to say that others aren't necessarily better, but there's like, I don't know, 30, 40 of them, something's huge number of books.
I've heard that those are so good. Terry Pratchett, right?
Yeah.
At some point, I need to take the time to read this. I think that's also a thing that a younger person could enjoy too, so maybe I can share that with
Oh
Nick
yeah,
Jr.
yeah. They're very approachable.
We're about to finish, he and I are about to finish the Borrower's books. Those are extremely not perfect.
Yeah.
But also, there's a huge problem that I have because I'm reading a digital copy, and the digital copy has like 0 proofreading. It's totally bizarre. So like, I don't know.
Wait, what? Like, where does the text come from?
Well, I assume it was just scanned, right? But then nobody.
So it's like botched up OCR.
Yeah, so like a bunch of words are wrong, but also it's like a little bit old Englishy. It's not quite. So some things, and then the borrowers also like have misunderstandings about the world, so it's never quite clear,
right?
What is, or sometimes it's very clear because like, well, sometimes there's a word that is absolutely the incorrect word for something, and it's like, well, I don't think that they were being silly and said this, but then.
Yeah, Discworld has a thing of like, this computer, but it's a thing that's made of pewter.
Very good.
And yeah, so it's like a bunch of stuff like that where it's like you need to have a minimum level of knowledge about a bunch of stuff in order to piece together what this is meant to be reflecting. To understand the context of the Parliament and humour. Stop sending my covert units out to other people's cities, please!
Well, it'd be interesting if you. I always thought it'd be interesting if you could have a computer play in a game that you could like give some kind of instruction to.
Is that what the puppet governments are?
Kind of.
A friend of mine has been enjoying that a bunch of right-aligned people are upset about being called weird.
Yeah, I haven't seen them being called weird, even though of course they truly are, but it's so strange.
Yeah, I'm not sure where it came from, but there seems to be like a bunch of people who are angry about the word weird being used. And my friend was saying that they couldn't really understand it, and I said like I think that's like, you know, because they're saying it doesn't seem like, of all the things that people get called, being called weird doesn't seem to be like, it seems very tame.
Yeah.
And I'm like, that, in my mind, that's the problem, right? Because if you call someone a racist shit stain or whatever, then they feel justified in taking exception to that. But it is incredibly frustrated to feel like someone is criticizing you or being dismissive of you, but you can't like refute or attack that because it's not, you know, it makes it harder for them to vilify their critics, which is a thing that generally is a culture that people in that in that political region seem like very invested in. So like the kind of people who would go, oh yeah, but being anti-fascist is fascist in and of itself, and so you're a hypocrite.
Abusing the tolerance principle to talk about, to put it that way, is so weird.
Right.
Also,
but like that's the currency that they trade in, right?
yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
Wait, I didn't want to declare war on that guy.
You're in it now, buddy. You got dragged in. That's why I was asking if they were still in your territory.
war with? Who is it?
Pack.
Oh,
The pack
right.
lids.
We are smart.
I feel like I really want to know about the creation of the pack lids. Like some of the other caricature aliens I kind of get, but the pack lids I just really want to understand what the meetings look like to make that race.
I feel like it just falls out of the whole like what can you do with Geordie thing, because like it's a Geordie episode. And
oh yeah, that's right.
You're like Geordie is good-natured, he's generous, he's patient. How do you make someone who takes advantage of that? And the pack lids is kind of the only way that you can really do that.
I love the pack lid. They're in the that comedy animated show, which for some reason Lower Decks, I think. I heard that they just announced the next final apparently season of Lower Decks.
All right.
I've been holding off on watching that.
I like it so far. I've only seen the first 2 seasons.
I like that show a lot. This
is making me so angry. Like I brought up her and I was like, "Hey, you want to make peace?" And she's like, "No chance." And now I'm bringing up the trade dialogue with you, and I'm like, "Okay, can you make peace with that lady?" And it says the lady you were speaking to has no desire to go to peace with this player. That's you. It says that you have no desire. I'm like, how does the game know that?
They're right. The game's right. The sensors built in. Violent individual.
Great.
I think this war will be over in about a hot second after I take this city. I hope. This outpost that just got built. I think it's leaving the outpost. The downside to this is that sometimes the AI will just drop 400 units on you out of a fog of war.
Yeah, they sure do.
Yeah, but the alliance you agreed to earlier was why you're in this mess.
Yeah, thanks.
Sorry.
Why have it selected an orbital unit? Why am I even seeing this?
Oh yeah, other people are sharing the Accursed Farms thing.
Yeah.
That video must be... I'm so confused because I know that there was a thing like a month ago. Maybe this person's focusing on the EU? I don't know. I'll have to watch the video.
So he has like a different thing for every region in the world kind of thing.
Yeah.
And the EU stuff seems like it's just it's like the next thing to have stuff happen, have forward progress, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, my solar collector apparently they need to do something. I don't know what that means. Why? Oh, and it's crashed. Good times.
Oh no! Really?
I was so close to hitting the next turn button as well.
Why it's so crashy for me? This is Aspire, right? For the loading sport? I think Aspire was using some kind of wine. I think
Aspire did
bullshit.
Civs and Feral did
That's right. Feral did the XCOMs. I know Feral was. I think Aspire was using some kind of wine BS as well. Like wine lib.
I didn't think they were using wine lib, but I thought they had some like internal translation layer they'd written too.
Can I bring up this? There's a steamboat play.
I'm so wary of friend requests on Steam and other platforms.
Totally.
I'm like, if I don't have any mutual friends, I'm gonna have to say no, sorry.
Yeah, totally. I sometimes get random friend requests. Usually it's for someone who, I think what happens is people want stuff in your Steam inventory if you have a public inventory. Or even if you don't, if you ever did, it got like scanned. It's very strange.
Yeah, I have like a bunch of TF2 stuff.
Oh, there you go.
Used to do it, but that TF2 in particular is quieting down. Nobody seems to care about that anymore.
Yeah. I saw a million years ago, I did this thing. I think I was trying to write an article about it. I don't know that I ever published it. I interviewed someone who specialized in selling items on Steam, and I sold a bunch of items to him or them, and then I bought a game with those items, and that with the proceeds from those items. It was totally bizarre.
Yeah.
And presumably they were worth even more to them than they were to me. And like, I didn't really care.
They kind of have to be, right?
Right.
Arbitrage is the name of that difference in value, right?
Yeah. Arbitrage. Arbitrage.
I've never heard it said out loud, so I have no idea.
I'm thinking, I'm trying to think in my head. I don't think it really matters either.
Yeah, sometimes I look and I'm like, this seems like someone that I might be interested in, like, interacting with based on what games they play and that sort of stuff. But then I look at it and I think about it and I go, well, you know, like, I'm a game developer and I have an audience, and that means that I have a commodity that other people might want to try and take advantage of. And so anybody who is doing that is going to present themselves as someone that I might be interested in
and
interacting with.
And there's a bunch of like scams. Like I've seen game developers get scammed where like they get sent some kind of executable, it turns into malware on the system.
Yep. So it makes me paranoid, I guess, or makes me resistant to having genuine and open interactions that otherwise I might be open to. And that's a sad state to be in.
It is. That's actually, it's one of the weird things. Like I've thought a lot about social media lately. I mean, obviously for years since I worked at a social network a long time ago, a big one, and Twitter especially.
I've always had this opinion that celebrity is dehumanizing. So that, like, if you become a celebrity, if you exist in that state, that is dehumanizing for you. And I feel like this is kind of social media gives us more stratification of celebrity and kind of formalizes some of those types of weird parasocial relationships.
Exactly. Well, there's so many weird things about social media. Last night I was watching a game developer's TikTok video, which are these short videos. I know TikTok's been so villainized, but I think it's honestly...
I hate the short stuff so much.
I understand.
I hate the platforms as well. Like, I guess I don't necessarily hate the organizations, but I hate the presentation and the interface. I'm like, let me pause stuff, let me rewind, let me let me have some control over my viewing experience. And they all seem very fixated on not letting you do that.
Oh, absolutely. No, they're totally set up so that you
have no agency or control.
You have no agency or control, but except for that which provides them with information about what you're interested in. And TikTok is brilliant about that. But anyways, I was watching this video, and this game developer is making a video about game development or something. And they start talking about a meeting that they had. And this is a popular, you're talking about celebrity, this is a very popular game developer. And I instantly... They were talking about a meeting that they had with someone who was demonstrating a technology which was not super useful for... The technology was interesting, it just didn't end up being that useful. And I was so worried that they're going to start talking about a technology that I worked on. And a meeting that they had with me. They, thank goodness, did not. But...
Hey, do you want to know a secret?
Sure.
It's a really surprising secret.
A secret that we'll keep secret with us and the like 5 people watching on Twitch.
It's I don't know if I can like tell you this without you kind of having your life changed by the suddenness of this event, but Civilization Beyond Earth just crashed again.
Oh my gosh. Incredible. As soon as you finished saying that, the dialog popped up that said you were the last remaining human player in the game.
Wow, timing.
Game. I'm sure you were still just even recovering from the last time.
Yeah, I was in the process of like bringing all my covert agents back to base.
I'm sorry, Cheese. I wish this was
That's fine.
a more stable experience. Technology, computers.
Yeah, so with that EU petition, they need 1 million signatures within a year.
Wow.
Which, like, seems achievable. Maybe? That's like 1 million EU residents. Finding 1 million people who play games in Europe doesn't seem that out there.
Yeah. That
and it's
is...
a hard thing to kind of like frame as not being. It's like, yeah, you're cool, right? Like, worst case scenario, you're neutral. Like, nobody would be against it.
I think that's one of those situations, and we were talking about social media. I was going to say, I think one of the things I miss most from old Twitter is that I made so many friends there, and I saw a great number of cool things that I wouldn't have otherwise seen. And like I feel like that, in fact, that kind of position is exactly the kind of thing that you might be able to get more traction if Twitter hadn't turned into the cesspool it is now.
Man, I went to post a devlog to like a video that I'd published to Twitter, and I logged on, checked my notifications, there was nothing from a human, and I looked at it and then took a deep sigh and went, I cannot be asked. And then like a day later, I think I read that some like weird pro-Trump stuff had been incorporated into the platform itself.
Oh wow, I didn't know that. I know that Musk had claimed he was going to start donating directly to that dude's campaign, and then later said he wouldn't.
Yeah, I think he'd said that ages ago, and then just never followed through.
Yeah.
At least that was the impression I got. I don't read a lot of that stuff closely because I'm like, I don't know, I don't care. I already know that both of them are tool bags. But yeah, I think they did like some special animated emote things if you put MAGA in your tweet or whatever.
Oh, that's right. That's what it was. Yeah, like it did something which would otherwise be inoffensive and silly, but wasn't in fact supporting like this fascist movement.
Yeah, and it seems kind of what am I saying? It feels like, for me, that sort of thing is a bit of a turn off, and so I felt kind of like justified for not posting anything there.
Yeah. Totally a reasonable reaction to that situation. Yeah, I occasionally try to log onto the website and see what is going on, see if anyone is still stuck there. And for the most part, like I think most of the people that I followed have left, or at least stopped posting there. But then I do feel bad. In fact, there's one Australian in particular I know that still posts there, or was last time I checked. But yeah, I really miss the friendships and stuff that I made there or solidified.
So when you were doing, when you were active on Twitter, how did you... I'm trying to think. Like my... Hang on a minute. I think one of my agents died. annoying.
That is annoying.
Did you treat it as a gateway to forming connections via other mediums, or did you treat it as like your primary interaction with people?
You know, it depends on, like, I don't know. I've struggled to, as I get older, I've struggled to kind of make and maintain friendships, especially on the internet. But that was kind of, yeah, I had a lot of like acquaintances and stuff that were on there, and yeah, it's just totally destroyed now. I'm sorry if I didn't answer your question.
No, that's cool. I always tried to treat Twitter as like this gateway to forming other relationships. Like I feel like there's a lot of people that I lost touch with, but I feel like anybody that I would think of as a friend, I also had access to them via other means.
Yeah.
I was never dependent on Twitter as a platform for that.
No, I think I largely was dependent on Twitter, and like, so some people, like, it's fortunate that like I try to be generous, and like if someone like said that they were on something else, I would try to follow them on this other thing as well. So some people I could get in touch with that way, but losing the context of Twitter also meant that like I would sometimes, majority of the time, if it was just acquaintance with someone, I would lose the context to say like to what degree I was interested in being friendly with this person, and that stinks. Like I have a real hard time keeping my memory straight these days anyway, or even for the past 40 years, but especially in like a short-lived social media context, like, oh boy. In fact, I'll see usernames and profile pictures oftentimes, and I'll be like, I don't follow this person, and there's a reason why, and I can't remember what that reason is. And I want to give people a second chance a lot of times, but like I
can understand.
Like I feel like there's this thing you learn to do as a person on the internet who is too much online these days, of like evaluating user profiles, like we were talking about with Steam friends. And
yeah, same. I feel like I don't know. In some ways, I feel obliged. I feel like I have to have some due diligence where I'm interrogating who a person is before I accept any, contact from them.
Exactly, and it's super frustrating because you know that there are people, or at least for me, I know that there are people who I will exclude, even though they may have done nothing wrong and will do nothing wrong, because they don't do, or that they've done something or follow somebody. It's totally bizarre.
But I guess here's the other thing is like, you don't need to have contact with everyone.
Yeah.
And I think that's something that a lot of people, and it's something that social media platforms don't seem interested in or invested in allowing to happen. And that's part of that, like blurring the boundary between personal and public space. It's like, it's okay to just not have an interaction with someone. It's okay to not interact with every single human on the face of the planet. Like, come on down, it's fine.
Absolutely. I don't know. I really value like I think you and I had more interactions on Twitter.
Yeah, I guess. I'm trying to think. I feel like we crossed paths on IRC as well.
Yeah, definitely.
I don't recall at which point we became Steam friends, but I assume that was later.
Yeah, I assume so too.
Oh, we're waiting on me. Hey, how's it going?
No worries.
I can't believe that the AI made me attack. Made me attack people. I had fortified so that I wouldn't be the instigator of the violence, and then the AI comes in, and I'm like, wait, where did that unit go? Where did that unit go? I'm like that angry goose.
Mm-hmm. Or
Where did the unit go, AI?
it must feel a little bit like Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde situation, I suppose, where when the game crashes, your character turns into, I guess, Dr. Jekyll. I don't know how that works. It's been so long.
Yeah, it does. It does feel that way. It does feel like I wake up and I'm like, oh no, I have been a werewolf for the past 12 hours. What has happened? How would you feel about being if the opportunity presented itself, how would you feel about being the last surviving human?
Oh, if you want to abandon the game?
I mean, it crashed.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh no. Yeah, I think that's not so hot. Let me re-invite you, I guess. That stinks.
I thought it was a good turn too. I was like, oh yeah, finally, I've like queued up all the things I want to be built. I've gotten over being angry about having a whole ton of units that I didn't ask for. They gone and built a ton of orbital units, and I'm like, what do I want these for?
I gotta say, your timing on the punchline is incredible for when the dialogue pops up and says you're last human in the game. I'm like, oh, jeez.
Yeah, I was taking the timing of before and kind of dragging it out a little bit.
Very good. Very good.
Yeah, it's like it's difficult to maintain. It's difficult to find opportunities for relationships in general. It's difficult to maintain relationships in general. I feel like the societies that we are a part of and the cultures that we're a part of have made people less likely to do things that would lead to opportunities to create connections.
Yeah.
Today, I think we are encouraged to have more superficial interactions with people. Like,
Indeed.
it's like you can interact with a couple of people at a very deep level, or you can interact with a billion people at a very superficial level.
Yeah.
And it feels like the latter is where everything is skewed right now, and I think that's not healthy for people in general. I say this as someone who doesn't really have much in the way of friendships and relationships, and I am probably better equipped than most people to cope with that. But yeah, I recognize it, I see it, and it's very disappointing, I think. I don't know, I ended up neglecting basically all of my friendships while I was trying to salvage my relationship with my then partner.
Yeah.
And coming out the other end of it, I'm like, oh wow, that's interesting. I've got no support. That's fun.
That is a very relatable experience, I gotta say. I think a lot of us have had similar experiences where we realize that we focus too much in one way or the other and neglect the other thing, and then like, oh wait.
I bet on the wrong horse, damn it.
Yep, bet on the wrong horse.
I mean, I'll probably do the same again, right? Like,
yeah, exactly.
In terms of priorities and who I am and what I value.
Exactly.
Yeah, family's important, so makes sense to prioritize family, I guess. I think I'd be someone else if I didn't do that.
Totally. I don't think there's anything wrong with trying to prioritize that.
But yeah, I feel like the world that I exist in now, and like, you know, pandemic stuff as well, like most of the things that I think would lead me to interact with more people and make more connections are things that would be in person, because I don't want to, like, yeah, I'm not going to go out to a place where I would be doing things in person with people if I can avoid it, so
Exactly.
yeah, no opportunities.
Yeah, it's tough. It's super strange with watching people make bad decisions who are ostensibly who would ostensibly quote unquote follow the science but are otherwise making incredibly bad decisions about their health and everyone else's health. And then like,
Yeah.
as someone who's trying to make good decisions, like how do you navigate that without just being locking yourself entirely off from it? It's there's no good answer. I've been pleasantly surprised by seeing more people in public wearing masks. I think that's part of the culture of the place I'm in, though, where people are more likely to do that.
I don't go out in public, so I don't have the opportunity to see that.
Yeah.
That's always been something that's like been very surprising to me. Is like people who are anti-mask. It's like if you don't want to wear a mask, like don't go to public places.
Right. Well, it also, I think part of the problem was that it was politicized I think there was a way to politicize that.
Oh yeah.
And make it acceptable to quote unquote both sides. But that never happened. Amazon Dubai shop. Oh, I love Amazon Dubai shop. Let me just ban this spam bot in the chat.
I always feel like just a touch racist when I think about Dubai. I'm like, well, I don't feel racist, but I worry that I may come across as racist because I'm like, everything that I hear about Dubai makes me go, yikes.
Well, it's same. That's entirely intended by the governments and news organizations, is that if it bleeds, it leads, and also to the othering of things. It makes me so happy that I found a couple.
But like when I read about people who are invited to go to Dubai for work opportunities and then find that they've spent all their resources and don't have a work opportunity, or are effectively indoctrinated into some kind of slave labor situation, like that kind of stuff. I mean, it's not limited to Dubai, but that seems to be like the only identity that I have for that place. And so and it's like it's hyper developed really fast, and
totally
I'm always very averse to the idea of fast growth. I feel like fast growth is bad growth. I feel like slow growth, considered growth, thoughtful growth is good growth. And so yeah, it's like an icon for like a whole bunch of stuff, and that makes me uncomfortable. And yeah, it's like it's very easy for that to have racist overtones.
No, totally, and I think that is the othering of the people there, both the workers who are being extremely exploited in that way and turned into essentially slaves, and then
and that's not just local people. That's also like people coming in from other places.
Yeah, absolutely. I
potentially from Western countries as well.
Not just Western countries, but like, but yeah, I should say not just Eastern countries, but yeah, Western countries. Yeah, like you said, and then there's, I don't know. There's this dearth of acceptable news out there, partially because the government there has such a crackdown on news organizations. That makes it
that
really
as well
difficult.
is another thing that makes me go, that's a bit yikes.
Yeah, totally.
But I wanna like always try and feel like I'm giving people a fair go.
Yes. What we were talking about before about what was the name for the names for people from the US?
Oh, Sepos.
For septic tank. Amazing. And doesn't septic mean clean too in its base form?
Or
is that Latin?
I don't know.
or Greek.
I'm
something.
not very. Let's look it up. Because I don't want to. I don't want to talk out my backside.
I'd love to. I specialize in.
Yeah. It pertaining of or pertaining to sepsis, which is what I thought. I was like, I'm pretty sure it means the opposite of clean.
Oh, you were correct.
So putrefaction, putrefying, is kind of what septic means.
Yeah. Huh.
And so a septic tank is where you store all of that gross stuff.
Yeah. My definition here says infected with microorganisms, especially harmful bacteria. Or having sepsis in the medical definition. So yeah, I guess it's the opposite. What am I thinking of then for clean? Because like you sanitize. Okay. Yeah. Two very different words. I thought the idea was the septic tank was that it was making other places cleanlier by containing the grossness.
Right.
But obviously not. No, I can't remember where I was going with that thought earlier. But generalizations, I guess. I was saying something about generalizations. Still can't remember where though. Oh, well, obviously, I guess about people in these regions of the world that are like run by dictators or their families and so on. Yeah, I really feel bad for those people who are in those underneath those governments and just want the same things everyone else does, which is, like just being happy and have a family and everything, and food and shelter and medical care. But there's this great, well, it's fun, it's interesting. There's this podcast I listen to, which is a radio program from, I think it's a collaboration with the BBC called The World. And I've always been...
What else is interesting?
What's that? Getting crashed again? I've the last human player?
Yep.
Amazing.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you there.
No worries. It's good.
Well, I mean, I did, but I wasn't meaning to, like, derail.
All right. Well, I'm going to invite you back to the game, but you might want to consider...
Yeah, it's interesting. I don't know what the specific problem is. Like, I haven't gotten out a debugger to try and track down where it's dying and why it might be dying. But it's probably some weird race condition that's like difficult to reproduce or difficult to surface intentionally. And as you saw, we had some sessions where there are very few crashes, and other sessions where there's not. So yeah, it's tough.
Okay. I think we should stick around then, or at least I'm able to stick around. I just was double checking on some stuff as well.
No, it's all good. It doesn't bother me. Like I don't mind. I think I mentioned before, like Morrowind is my benchmark for
Bethesda games.
How much I'm willing to put up with crashing.
I'll say in positive news, I'm so happy speaking of Bethesda to see that they've wall unionized. I keep wanting to write about this stuff, and it's like.
Honestly, that was a huge surprise for me. I was like, that does not seem like an organization capable of allowing that to happen.
I feel like they were able to exploit the moment, even though I'm sure it was a process and plan for a long time. And, oh jeez, my power might go out at some point tonight, thanks to rolling outages.
It would be interesting to see whether or not it has an impact on the type of work that the studio outputs.
Yes. I need to read a news item because my power might go out in a few hours.
No, all good.
Customers asked to conserve. I bet the military bases, the like 5 military bases here, aren't being asked to conserve anything.
Yeah, good times.
Beginning at about 6 p.m. It's fortunately a few hours away, but I have to throw out so much food in this past year because of this power company.
Oh wow. I guess you live in a very warm part of the world, so losing refrigeration is a big deal.
Yeah, absolutely.
I live in a place where right now it's colder in my house than it is in my fridge.
Wow.
Which I really like. It means that my food lasts way longer in the winter than it does in the summer.
Okay. I apologize. I think I'm done with being distracted for a moment. You're back in the game?
I am.
Okay. Wrap up
I
things
wish I
need
could
to
toggle this list of icons off the screen because I can't see what's on a particular tile because the indicator goes behind it.
Which indicator?
When you mouse over a tile, it tells you what resources are in there.
Oh, yeah.
Because I'm running at a relatively narrow resolution,
Mhm.
that goes behind the faction
Ooh.
icons at the top.
Interesting.
So I'm like, what resource is here? I have no idea. Might be floatstone, might be miasma, could be... who knows what it is. Oh, it is floatstone, okay. Well, that's less helpful. What a xenomass.
I love the word xenomass. I think it's such a good word.
I don't know, I used to work for a company and one of our clients was a fishery organization. You know, they bred and sold salmon as a food product. And they didn't refer to fish. This is just like never fish that they talked about.
Biomass,
they only
right?
talked about biomass.
Yeah.
And I'm like, that grosses me out. It's so
Super gross.
like, yeah, it's dehumanizing isn't the word, but it is. I don't know. It feels like it's disrespecting other life and diminishing it and being dismissive of it, and I really don't like that.
Yeah, I agree.
So when I think about xenomass, it evokes that for me. I'm like, it's kind of gross.
I understand.
Yeah, in this case, it's very unclear what xenomass is, whether it's an animal or a fungus, or it's because like algae is listed as its own thing, and fungus is listed as its own thing, and so like I don't know exactly what it would be.
Oh my gosh, I just did it again. The hotkey and switched to the desktop or something. Or I put the game in windowed mode. Interesting.
See, the nice thing about being in windowed mode to begin with is like it doesn't matter.
That's true. Speaking of which, I'm kind of curious, do you want to talk about how you started playing games in windowed mode, or is that...
I
case?
think when I got a 1024 by 768 screen, I was like, wow, this is too many pixels for games.
That's interesting. And it probably helped with performance too, right? In that time period especially?
Yeah, so at the time, like, I was like, oh, wow, if I run Unreal Tournament at, 640 by 480 in a window, it runs real fast. It's pretty good.
I'm laughing at the idea of Unreal Tournament. And the weird fake, like, Mac versus PC, Quake 3 versus Unreal Tournament. I love it.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if it was necessarily fake. I think there were definitely people who.
bought
I
into
don't
it.
think they provided the same experience. I think they did have
Totally.
recognizable differences to them.
Totally.
And so different people preferred different things. But
Oh, absolutely. There's
yeah.
definitely reasons to prefer either, or neither.
Yeah. I think I don't know. I guess Unreal Tournament came first, right?
Versus Quake 3?
Yeah.
I think they both came out in 99. Or maybe Quake 3 came out in 98. No, I think they're both 99. I think they both came out the same year, which is part of the...
Yeah, Unreal Tournament's definitely 99.
Because it's UT 99 in the technological lexicon for the engine. It's UT 99 for 99, I guess.
Yeah, Quake was the same year. Okay, so like in terms of its presence in the communities that I was a part of, Quake didn't arrive until a couple years later.
Wow.
So everybody was already established as sort of like UT was the game that we played at LANs, and Quake was the new thing that was exciting.
Well, it's interesting because I don't think the original Unreal game had
Did it
mods.
even have multiplayer?
Right. Well, I think it had some kind of basic multiplayer. I'm not sure. But I don't even know if it had mods. But Quake 1 and 2 both had a very comparatively large mod scene. Quake 3 is also...
But Unreal exposed like a whole bunch of modding stuff to that.
I'm sorry, the game was too loud. I didn't hear you say that. I was exposed what?
Unreal Tournament exposed a lot of modding and
Yeah, absolutely.
player customized experience stuff, which is kind of cool.
It was cool, and I think the mods were some of the best parts of the Unreal Tournament. That's was a game, the Unreal Tournament 99, or Unreal Tournament that came out in 1999.
Are you still at war with this lady?
Technically, I think I need to unwar with her. I think you already did unwar with her. Or have a peace
No, I
agreement.
haven't. Or at least when I've been looking, it hasn't given me an opportunity.
I think
It says truce for 9 turns.
yeah.
Well, that wasn't me. I guess that was AI.
Strangely being peaceful. I apologize for how frustrating this game's been. I'm sure on
Yeah,
your
it's
side.
fine. I don't mind.
Okay, good. Really enjoy getting the chance to converse with you about whatever.
Yeah.
Talking out on my backside for a few hours. It's fine.
Ooh, I found another source of xenomass. Exciting.
They are strong about it. How do you type with your hands covered in xenomass? These are my hands.
Goodness. That makes me so angry. It's like the AI I've like disembarked, or I have embarked. I've like put a bunch of units on the water, and then the AI is taking them off. And I'm like, what are you doing?
Yeah, it like has no the AI loses all the context for your intent.
Yep.
It's totally bizarre.
Like I position my units over here and fortify them because that's where I want to like get into a guarded posture and stuff. And the AI's like, nope, no way. You're not allowed to keep your units there.
So one interesting thing I've noticed about the AI in this game, at least in single player, is if you go to war with them and they recognize that, I think it maybe if you have any kind of military might at all, they don't, I don't know, and I think that they don't want to be at war, they will give you a city.
Yeah.
Like within 20 turns or 10 turns or however many turns when they ask for a peace. So that's what I'm currently waiting for the pack to do, is to give me a free city.
And it wakes up all of my orbital units. So I think the default state for an orbital unit when you launch it is for it to be sleeping. And
What?
that is why you don't normally interact with
What
it. after
orbital
you launch.
units can you build anyway? I thought it's all like satellites just sit there and like collect stuff.
Yeah, so you can wake them though. And I don't know if you can actually move them, I don't think you can. But
Yeah.
yeah, they are built on top of the normal unit stuff, so generally you don't interact with them. And I noticed that my health has dropped significantly. Why is that? Why is that, AI? Why did that happen? It's sent all my workers to places where I don't want them to be.
I wonder if the AI, so if you have the workers on manual, I wonder if the workers do different things than they would otherwise if the AI is controlling the character?
I don't know, I always have the workers on manual.
Yeah. I do the opposite. I always have them on automatic.
Well, they always end up building stuff that I have to pay maintenance on, so I'm like, no, don't do that.
Like, it's interesting. I'm looking at what the workers have done around my capital, and they've built a whole lot of farms which are producing energy and food and other things. And so,
Yeah,
as far as
farms
I
are
know,
great.
zero
But like
maintenance.
roads and stuff, I don't
Yes.
want that.
Well, then your units can move around your territory faster, which is sometimes not handy.
Is it like it's 1 energy per turn per tile?
That's true. Which is very costly. How much am I? I'm losing 4 on road, just 4 on road, and mag rail maintenance. So, Cheese, are you telling me you're against public transportation?
In this context, yeah.
Big Cheese against public transportation.
Cheeses against public transportation is the name of my pack.
Have you seen there's a Olympic athlete who is sponsored by a Parmesan cheese company, and so all of her publicity photos that are like professionally studio made are her with a giant wheel of Parmesan cheese. It's quite funny.
That's amazing.
Or several giant wheels or slices, etc.
Yeah, interesting. I have a lot of difficulty being comfortable with the idea of the Olympics being run during a pandemic at all.
Yeah, totally. I've seen a lot of my the people I follow who are still aware and doing stuff about the pandemic, talking about how sad it is to see these athletes get COVID while they're trying to compete and stuff, and then trying to compete with it.
Yeah,
other
it's people
things.
messing themselves up for no good reason.
Exactly.
And like even outside of those contexts, like these events put just like stupid, unhealthy levels of pressure onto people that maybe isn't worth. Like it's just not worth it. Like it doesn't bring anything to. Maybe it adds some cultural value. Maybe it brings some nice stuff to everybody's lives, but none of that is worth the health of one person.
I agree.
In my mind.
I will say I've enjoyed some of the positive aspects of it. Like I think that there's a lot of anti-nationalism. It's funny. This thing can produce so much, right? It is by default like, oh, how many medals does this country have versus this one, etc. But then there's also, I saw a very positive thing of someone from South Korea doing a selfie with people from North Korea and China. I thought that was so useful and nice to see. In terms of people being friendly and just being people and recognizing that they're just young people being young people, even as foolish as they are in the context that's in. Like, but they've been kind of forced into this.
That is very cool, I will say. But the thing that came to my mind was, I didn't read it, my dad was telling me about it, and he'd read an article about an athlete who had a finger amputated so that they could compete. Because the recovery time that it would have taken for it to heal properly would have been longer than they had room for.
This is an Olympic athlete?
Yeah.
Oh, I had no idea.
I don't know what they did. I don't know what the sport was, but like
Yeah.
that in itself, like nobody should be under that level of pressure.
No,
that's a bad
that's
decision
ridiculous.
to make, and it sucks that someone's being forced to make it.
Totally. I definitely agree with that.
Or felt like someone's been put in a position where they felt like it was the right decision to make. Like that sucks.
Oh yeah, and I saw them, like the Seine River is just like full of garbage, and like these athletes who were being forced to jump in it. It's like, well, my coach says I have to, so it's like, oh my gosh.
It's all pretty gross.
It's super gross, but there at least are a few bright moments, I think, of people demonstrating their humanity, or athletes demonstrating their humanity, and people around it demonstrating their humanity, and solidarity with other people who are in the same situation. And I've also seen some of the athletes talk about bringing masks to the Olympics and stuff like that, which is good too. Especially I saw an athlete from the Netherlands, a skateboarder. And like skateboarding in the U.S. is like, is always under attack. I don't know how it is in any other country, but in the U.S. it's always under attack. It's always the kind of out sport, even when it's popular.
Yeah, it's the comic books of sport, right?
Right. But I think it impressed me so much to see such mature attitude of masking up from an athlete who was a skateboarder.
Yeah. It's tricky as well. It's like, it's cool to see people bring masks and stuff, but clearly, like, if people are getting infected and that is being spread across many competing athletes, which is what's happening at the moment, right? That in itself, it's like, I don't know, I'm kind of like, if you can avoid circulating, you should. And something like the Olympics is completely optional, like it's not essential anyway.
In general, yeah, but I mean, the people who are competing in these things, like, they don't have much of a choice in the matter oftentimes. Some of them definitely do.
That seems problematic.
Definitely is. It's because it's the foot of capitalism stepping on everyone, right? It's saying, okay, well, this is the thing you're good at. Your options are to compete in this, or never be, potentially good at anything, and find a day job, right? That's just the foot of capitalism on everybody's neck.
Yeah.
I don't blame these athletes at all for participating in capitalism when they're forced to. Especially that's their own health it is.
Yeah, it's just tough.
Yeah, absolutely.
It sucks balls in the bad way.
Yeah.
I just feel like you've got to put that qualifier on, right?
Mm-hmm. I think when you attack a land unit at sea, it's essentially a free attack.
Yeah, I don't like it because everyone's attacking all my alien friends that way. They can't even defend themselves.
Did you ever get into... Well, I know you did. I know you did a lot of interactive fiction. I was curious if you played a lot of interactive fiction, like more typical, like Infocom, stuff like that.
Have I like played any historic?
Or even just like the community, like the interactive fiction competition winners.
In like IF comp.
Yeah. The aliens make me think of some of the science fiction. If I played a long time ago. I have not been an IF player in a while. Though I have 2 books on my shelf about building interactive fiction.
Nice. It's tough, right? Like I don't have time to play games for fun.
Yeah.
This is fun. Like I enjoy this. This is cool. But it's also like it's kind of work.
Yep.
It's work adjacent, I guess.
Hey, Martin. Martin always
Hey,
shows
Martin, how
up.
you doing?
It says, nice duo plushie. Thank you, Martin. He's my friend, who I choose to believe is... I choose to take wholly separately from the corporation it is attached to.
It's always tough, isn't it?
Yeah.
But what was I saying? Gosh, I don't know. What were we talking about?
I don't know. Athletes.
Just talking a lot of garbage.
Yeah, a lot of garbage. Fun garbage. Hope you're doing well, Martin. Cheese and I are just playing some
Oh, hey, I
Beyond
found one
Earth.
of your dudes.
What's that?
I found one of your dudes.
Nice. Cool.
Oh, it's a party going on here. There's like a Brazilian guy and a Pac guy and you and me. It's like a summit on the ocean.
Which icon are you? Oh, you're okay. I'm
the first one.
Yeah.
Right there is where my unit is about to move.
I have such a hard time with iconography, especially this color-based iconography, just like separating these things out.
It's awful in this game because the icons are not the factions, right? The icons are the units.
Mm-hmm.
And so all of these have got the same icon, and that's not helpful for anyone.
Exactly. I need to retreat this guy. Over here. Maybe, I wonder if I can buy this tile. That way I don't have to retreat so far. Let's see. Nope. What about from this one? Nope. Considering building a city just so that I can buy tiles that are closer so I don't have to retreat as far. Yeah, Cheese was playing this, Martin, Cheese was playing this game, Beyond Earth, for a few weeks. A while, I think.
Yeah, I think Martin showed up fairly regularly
Yeah.
while I was playing that.
This is the game.
Yeah, so this is it multiplayer, which is a slightly different experience.
Yeah, and I play differently too. Like I don't, Cheese tends to play as friendly towards the aliens.
It's their planet.
It's their planet. I don't disagree. I don't disagree at all. It's just that I play a different way, a horrible way. I've chosen to interact with this game in a brutal manner.
You never get to hear the beautiful call of the what's it called?
Oh my gosh, I cannot stand that noise.
The sea dragon.
Yeah, the sea dragon goes. Yeah, that makes that exact sound.
The sound of friends. Oh my goodness, what is going on there? Was that you?
I just destroyed a enemy gunboat. Yes.
I have a truce with her. I can enter her territory.
Nice. I'm just holding out to get her to give me a city, and then maybe I'll go. There's so much territory here that has no bases or anything on it. I'm very surprised. There's your I almost said Cheezo Iberian Explorer.
Pretty sure that's the correct term.
Yeah, Cheezo Iberian.
Queso Iberian. No, don't attack my siege firm.
What was the other? There were two unions that popped up recently. It was Bethesda and another one. I can't remember what the other one was.
They were both pretty big, right?
Yeah, it's good news all around for those two.
Wait, who attacked you just then?
Next to your Explorer?
No, we've got like a bunch of boats where you killed.
Oh. Let's see your unit over. Oh, there's your unit.
If you click on that veterancy thing,
Yeah.
probably take you there. Yeah, up here. You just I see. Yeah, so I can't see the pack vessel to the south.
Ah.
And it's like you just took some damage, and I have no idea why.
Martin says, I love playing strat games, but I really dislike the Civ games, so you know my mood. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I was also playing another game. I'm playing a turn-based game is... I keep wanting to say Codename. It is not Codename. It is Classified France 44. A fantastic World War II turn-based strategy, XCOM-like, that I've been loving. So it's all turn-based for me these past couple weeks as I finished Yakuza Kiwami. I'm slowly also publishing the Yakuza 0 stuff that is a year old to YouTube.
Good times.
I can't believe how slow I am on that. It's so frustrating. I need to like make an entire new show of mine where I'm just catching up on uploading and stuff. I had to give up on making thumbnails and stuff too. What strategy games do you like playing, Martin?
Yeah.
I'll say. I can and I will put viewers on the spot until they disappear and stop talking. Understandably.
As you do.
As you do, as streamers are wont to do. Warzone 2100 sounds so familiar. There's a strategy game that... I need to look up what Warzone 2100 is.
It's not something that I've played. It's a real-time strategy.
Ah.
Apparently it's a hybrid RTS and real-time tactics.
Oh man, I need health so bad.
It's available for Amiga OS 4.
Oh man, Amigo. Oh jeez. Maybe that's a conversation for a private discussion.
Ominous?
Yeah, no, just the Amiga situation, the modern-ish Amiga situation. I guess now at this point, most of my experience is 25 years old or 24 years old.
Yeah, it's I don't know. This feels like a lot of people dancing around in the disembodied skins of former organizations.
Yep.
So it's hard for me, at least, to care.
Yep. Yep. A lot of that. There was a strategy game I played 8 million years ago on Windows 3.1. I believe this game actually existed. It was a strategy game where there were multiple windows on the screen and things could go between... I swear this happened, that things could go between the windows. Like, I think it was a real-time strategy game and like missiles or something could...
I'm gonna hold off on ending your turn there.
Oh no. The game... Oh! I'd already hit the end turn when it crashed.
Yeah, sorry.
It's alright. You don't need to apologize. It's the game's fault. Lazy devs. Am I right?
I don't know. Can you imagine porting something like this?
Yeah, it'd be a nightmare.
bonkers.
Especially these days when there's so much middleware. Does unnatural selection by Maxis count as a strat game? I have no idea what unnatural selection is. I can't believe I don't think I've ever heard of this Maxis game. I think I've been to the desiccated Silicon Valley husk of Maxis.
It's a 1993 Maxis game. Yeah, I'm surprised I haven't heard of it either.
In fact, one of my favorite games that not people like is Simcopter by Maxis, from their great Sim expansion era, before the Sims took over their business.
In the game, the player breeds mutant animals to fight battles. Well, it's immediately not something I'm interested in.
Oh, interesting, really? Fictional,
I don't want animals to fight. Like, that's pretty gross.
Oh, interesting. Such a different perspective. I'm surprised because especially with like
How do you feel about dogfighting?
Oh, that's horrible. But yeah, I understand.
Yeah.
I understand. That's just an interesting perspective to have about that.
Like in general, I'm like, eugenics, maybe not so great. And then eugenics just for the purpose of like fighting other people, like just, yeah. Go and fight yourself, man. Don't need to push buttons and make animals fight.
Martin says it's quite a thing. You train up monsters with different genes and then fight islands. It's the animations that got me quick. Funny. Yeah, absolutely.
The genetic stuff like sounds interesting, but again, eugenics.
Yeah, I've had a similar experience where I've been playing this. One of my favorite game series is Burnout, where you crash cars intentionally, and the animations are it's incredibly silly. But then
I can't stand the mistreatment of cars. Like it's so sad. Makes me so sad. Can you think about the pain that they must feel? You've got to be a sociopath to enjoy that.
Exactly. But then
it's fine.
Exactly. And then I know you're being facetious. The thing to me though is like as a dad, like anytime I'm thinking about these games, I'm like, do I want to show this to my son? Because like crashing a car in reality is a horrible thing. But then
has he been in a car accident?
No, thank goodness no. But
yeah, I've been in a couple. They're not great.
Exactly. So have I. But the game is so much fun. It's like, haha, you get points for driving dangerously, for driving into oncoming traffic, for narrowly missing other vehicles.
So like, it's up to you how you approach those
Yeah.
things. I think for me, when I've been a part of kids engaging with media, it's always come down to, can I have a critical discussion about this with the young person? And if I can't, then they're not ready for it.
I often wonder how much the critical discussion can even stick around, because I recall having the exact same kind of thing happen as a kid, where my family would try to instill in me that this thing is not real.
So if you can recall it, right, it has stuck with you in some way.
Yeah, absolutely.
So like I don't think it necessarily matters whether or not that gets internalized immediately, but if at some point when they gain a little bit more perspective, they're like, oh yeah, now I understand why this might be problematic, or this might not be great, or like I remember at the time I was like, man, it feels very oppressive that my parents don't want me to have toys with guns. But now as an adult, I'm like, yeah, you know what? Actually, I appreciate that. And
yeah,
when I think about what are the words that I'm trying to come up with here, being a parent isn't about encouraging your child to be a good child. It's about preparing them to be a good adult.
Yes.
It's always going to do dumb stuff.
Kind of. I mean, there's definitely a lot of.
I mean, not to say that there aren't things that you definitely
Yeah.
would benefit from steering kids away from.
Exactly. You're in the game, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
There was a weird hiccup where
I was worried because you
showing
stopped.
me the enemy turn while I'm trying to do my turn. That I'm not expecting that to happen, but
When you paused for a second there, I was a little worried the game had crashed again.
no, it seems fine for the moment.
I have no idea what kind of units to build.
Build solar collectors. The AI thinks they're a great idea.
Absolutely.
Are you shitting me?
What did the AI do?
Oh no, I thought the AI had built, like used one of my colony vehicles. Built a colony where I didn't want one. That would have made me very angry.
frustrating that this quest is making me do something antagonistic towards an AI group faction that I have no reason to do that kind of thing to.
Yeah, there are a few quests that I look at and go, that's a thing I don't want to engage with. But I think that's about that particular one that looking at there is about teaching you to use the covert ops stuff.
It's almost like a tutorialized thing, and I guess it's totally a tutorialized thing. I just don't know. I don't know if it does a good job. Since you don't really have any kind of agency in it besides doing it or not. There's no like alternative, like peaceful. Or even like a third or fourth thing, like just like neither harmful nor peaceful. I say as I bombard the shit out of the city.
I saw that. That happened during my turn. That's weird, right?
Yeah. That is strange. Cheeseness has researched the technologies necessary to establish a cognitive link. For some reason, the word has is uppercase here, and
it's uppercase has, because like in the same way that you do like uppercase G for God.
exactly.
Because I'm a sort of important deity.
In the context of this game, yes. Martin asks, "What's your favorite old RTS?" That is a fantastic question. Well, I still really want to know what that RTS was. I've never been able to find out the name of it. The name Battle Islands is suddenly springing to mind, but I don't think that's it. I don't even know if the
Battle Isle is a turn-based strategy game.
Interesting. Does it have multiple windows on screen?
No.
Okay. Maybe, I don't know what it is then. I don't even know if it really exists or if this was just a product of a young person looking at Windows 3.1 or a Windows 3.1 game.
An exciting game.
Right, or even a screenshot of a game in a magazine or an advertisement.
Yeah.
In fact, I feel like it would be almost impossible for a game at that era to have multiple just regular windows and just have things flying between them. Martin says, I have one of those I saw my friend play. The only thing I remember from it was a spitting pumpkin loading screen. You know, I saw a YouTuber play a game recently where it was a post-apocalyptic racing game, and the prizes that you won were like a single fruit that was not even necessarily in the best shape. It was very impressive. It reminded me of the spinning pumpkin. Apparently the game is now on Steam. It's old.
Oh, a cooperation agreement is a thing in the discuss menu.
Yes.
Well then, okay. Diplomacy has changed for me.
Does food lead to health in this game? You know?
Is what, sorry?
Does food lead to health in this game?
I don't think so, no.
Okay. I feel like actually the more population you have, the more unhealthy you have. Yeah, actually that is the case. I can see it's the case too on the health flyover. I have 41.25 negative health from population. So strange. There must be some way to flip that around. Oh, so old RTSs.
I think, like, for me, StarCraft is like, just the really big one. I spent a lot of time playing Dune 2 as well. I enjoyed that. In fact, Dune 2 was a bit of an inspiration for some of what I did in high time.
Oh, really? Oh.
Yeah.
So Dune 2, that was on computer platforms, right? know if I've ever
Yeah.
played it. I think there was maybe also a Sega Genesis / Mega Drive. Was it the Genesis or Mega Drive? Do you know in Australia?
Mega Drive.
Okay, that makes sense because I think it's like for most considerations European.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But Dune 2 was interesting in that it established or was kind of the foundation upon which most modern RTS conventions were built. So it was Westwood's first real-time strategy that fit that mold, as far as I'm aware.
That's right.
And yeah, just like really interesting to see all that. But I love the two-stage construction stuff, where you have to build concrete to build your buildings on, and by the time the concrete is finished building, you probably have a different purpose in mind for that concrete. So you're always sort of balancing. Look at the red aliens. All my aliens are all cyan and peaceful, and yours are like bright red and angry.
Yep, I'm an alien murderer. What can I say? Just think of
So
having.
can I make another treaty with this lady?
Oh, the pack lady?
Yeah. I don't know how I got a treaty from her to begin with.
Oh, so you had a peace treaty because, yeah, I think the AI declared peace as opposed to declaring war.
Yeah, how do I do that?
How do you declare peace?
Yeah. Never had that button. At least not that I could find.
Well, so when I go talk to her, my only option is to negotiate peace.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I tried that, but she said no.
Yeah, I'm waiting for her to give me a free sitting. And like, me losing units doesn't seem like a bad deal because they just take resources anyway, right? Sea dragons. It's not the time. I'm just trying to pass through, explore. With that unit anyway. Pran has grown. Good job, Pran. Your mother and I are so proud of you.
You've come a long way, Pran.
Yeah, I also really enjoyed and like StarCraft and for me Warcraft 2 actually I think is the RTS that I enjoyed the most because I played some multiplayer and the like voice acting of the Zug and so on of the.
I'm ready. I'm not
Yeah.
ready.
Exactly. That was so.
But that's Warcraft, right?
Yeah, that's so delightful. I really miss Warcraft 2. I should figure out the open source one again. I'm sure it's much progress. I'm sure there's been a lot of progress. I also think there's like a remake of that, or not remake, but like remaster.
Oh, interesting.
That, and I was gonna say too, Dune 2 as well. I think GOG or somebody did or maybe Night Dive did a Dune 2. I hope, maybe. I know there's also some
I
newer
haven't heard
Dune
of that.
games.
That's kind of cool.
Unfortunately, I'm sure they're all Windows only.
Okay, I see a headline that says Dune 2 superfan spends 20 years remaking cult classic PC games. So maybe
There's a chance.
maybe it's not by Night Dive.
Maybe. It says I moved to Linux in 2001. My access to the game stopped until Steam came to Linux. Well, interesting. In 2013, joke about Warzone 2100. This is one of the few games available as it was open source. Yeah, I used to write for linuxgames.com a million years ago.
Actually, you know what? That's probably where we first crossed paths.
That would be.
Yeah, yeah.
And so I'm sure I wrote updates about Warzone 2100 for linuxgames.com years ago. I was so bummed when that site got shut down. I have so much internalized about linuxgames.com. That was so formative for me when Dustin let me write for that site after I pestered him enough, and then we got to be friends. Everything. Your next
Yeah,
Crusader.
cool. It's sad that it's like not a thing anymore, I guess.
Yeah.
It feels very final to say that, doesn't it? But I guess it is.
Oh, totally. And yeah, I worked so hard on that website for so long. And I got a lot of opportunities out of it too, and it definitely benefited me in a lot of ways. Gave me something to focus on as a youth.
In terms of real-time tactics, I really like Myth.
Myth is really cool, yeah. And Myth 2 Soulblogger got ported to Links, and that was so fun.
Yeah.
And so speaking of games with mods, the mod scene for Myth 2 is really neat. Where do I want to send this Wolfenstein War?
I love what it did in terms of like, you know, I piss and moan a lot about games kind of dehumanizing the people that are represented within the games and stuff. And particularly in like RTS games, you're encouraged to not value an individual unit as anything important, right?
Right.
But in Myth, like you get, because you keep your units and carry them forward and they gain experience and veterancy and stuff, I feel like that, in my mind at least, really sort of gives you for, what am I saying? Yeah, I think it encourages you to think more about like the people within the thing that's depicted.
Yeah. Yeah, the smaller scale Myth is so interesting. I know it was a while until, like, I think the Company Heroes series and Dawn of War series are a similar RTS game. They're similar in terms of scale, I want to say, though even those are much smaller scale. They focused on the smaller tactics. I think Relic just went independence. Or just went independent again or something. They've been under a lot of strain. Their developers behind Company Heroes. A friend of mine got laid off from there a couple years ago. Martin says, would you make an RTS, Cheese?
I have a couple of RTSs I wouldn't mind making.
Yeah.
I have one where so it's an RTS where you play as different factions in I want to make sure I'm using the right words here and not like giving the wrong impression, but I guess there's kind of like a dramatized street war between different factions of youths that are depicted and represented with different dance techniques or styles. And so if you think about like think about like the film clip for Pat Benatar's Love is a Battlefield, and you've got like these angry youths dancing at each other. So I thought that was like such a cool thing, because it's like it's not depicting, it's conveying or communicating violence or aggression through dance as like a metaphor for that, and that's real cool. Like I think that's kind of fun and interesting. So I love the idea of like an RTS where each faction is a different school of dance.
That'd be neat.
Yeah.
That'd be very cool. School of Rock, School of Paper, School of Scissors.
Sorry, I'm very angry. The AI had chosen a virtue that I didn't want.
Oh
I feel
no!
like it's wasted a whole virtue point.
Is it in a field you had expanded in at all?
No, I didn't put
Oh.
any points into mine, and it's like I mean, I guess you got to get one, right? Like,
Sure. That's frustrating. I'm sorry. I wish there was some way for when a game crashes, at least for me to pause what happens. I try to
it's
stop
fine.
taking
Like, I don't
turns,
mind.
but then when you join though, I have to end my turn. Oh my gosh, these spam bots. I have to end my turn for you to join, I think.
Yeah.
And I try to make sure I
Yeah, the AI's already spent my turn at that point.
right. I try to make sure I just do that one. That's sometimes a little hard to time. There was, speaking of RTS games that have music, Jack Black was in an RTS game. Or semi-RTS? I've never actually played it. I have that game somewhere.
So this was something I was thinking of mentioning because in Brutal Legend, there's
Brutal
kind
Legend.
of like Brutal Legend takes place in a world that is like rock album covers from the 70s kind of thing, right?
Interesting. I've never seen it.
So yeah, it's sort of
Did Double Fine make that game?
yeah.
Oh, wow.
But it's got these. It said like, what if the aesthetics of these kind of like metal album covers and rock album covers and stuff
Oh, cool.
were a world, you know? And so it's about a roadie who gets transported to this other world where music has, I guess, magical powers or whatever, and his role as a roadie makes him like the ultimate facilitator and support dude, and he leads people to victory against other people, I guess. But yeah, like each faction has like very distinct aesthetics attached to them, which is really cool.
So, I met Tim Schafer. I got to, you got to meet him too? Because I knew you worked on their forums or something, right?
Yeah, so I did a bunch of community stuff with them.
Yeah.
The first interaction I had was that I had been a backer of the what's it called, the Double Fine adventure, which eventually produced Broken Age.
Yeah, I love Broken Age.
I remember when I first saw the Kickstarter campaign, I'd never backed anything on Kickstarter. I hadn't really been very familiar with it, but I looked at it and I was like, oh wow, he's asking for $400,000 and he's like got 400. That's kind of sad for someone who I didn't know anything about Double Fine. I was like, oh, they make console games, I don't care about them. And so I didn't know anything that they'd done. I couldn't name any games that they'd worked on, but I knew that Tim worked on Monkey Island. I knew that he worked on Full Throttle. I knew he worked on a bunch of LucasArts games I really liked. And I was like, yeah, you know what, this guy's made a bunch of stuff I like, and he's talking about like wanting to make another adventure game, and I would like to be a part of making that happen. And he has only got $400, so I'll pitch in. Why not? And when I get up in the morning, it's like millions.
Yeah. Nothing you need to
But
worry
yeah,
about.
so they ran this backer activity, which was meant to be like a book club but for games, and we'd talk about what made adventure games interesting and kind of explore that by playing adventure games. That's really cool. And as production wound up, as production ramped up on Broken Age, the people internally who were running that couldn't run it anymore, and a couple of us got together and said, hey, look, what if this was community run? And so they handed the reins to us and gave us like the Twitch account, and
wow.
And so as community members, we were making those things happen.
That's so cool.
And that was kind of my foot in the door. And when Chris Remo wanted to do more game development focused stuff, and there was a bit of a gap in the kind of community management side of things, I kind of stepped in to help out with that.
That's really cool.
And then because I was always around and helping out people and knew about Linux stuff, when eventually they were ready to move on the Day of the Tentacle Linux port, they were like, well, do you want to do it? And I was like, oh, okay.
That's so cool.
Good times.
I also just noticed that when I tried to ban the spam bot in the chat, you also had banned them, and so it made me unban them. Whatever.
Oh no.
It's fine. They're still deleted and they're still not in the chat. I don't think that they'd try again. No, so my interaction with Double Fine, it was strange. So I worked in community management in the San Francisco Bay Area, where Double Fine is also headquartered. and or online community management, I should say. So I used to go to online community manager meetings in the same building as Double Fine, and then also I worked on.
Oh, wow.
I volunteered for. It was a rock band charity thing that happened a few times. So it was a child's play charity thing, I think, focused on having a rock band event at a Jamie Zawinski's DNA Lounge in San Francisco. So this is one of the coolest things I ever got to work on. And I got to go volunteer at that. I think I did it twice before that thing wound up and was over. And I think both time Double Fine people were there. And then the second time I got a picture with Tim Schafer and got to say hi to some of the Double Fine folks, so I didn't really know them that well. It was just interesting because they were also. I'm trying to remember what their role was in that event. I think it was more that they were. I think it was more that they were like just maybe donating some things and participating a little bit. But it was real cool. I got to work at the last thing I did there was I volunteered at like a silent auction table or something like that. Totally bizarre thing, different from anything else I had done. I really enjoyed it and got to meet all these cool people and enthusiastic young people. I guess at the time I was more of a young person too. But yeah, it was really neat. Tim Schafer was super inebriated. I felt kind of bad taking a picture of him, but I was like, I really wanted to meet him.
I know, I asked Hutama to stop attacking the aliens, and he says, our plans require the removal of the aliens.
That's an ominous statement. It's funny. I think Rebo now, Chris Rebo is in England still.
Who is he?
And he does a daily crossword puzzle video on YouTube, which is fun.
I thought he was still doing stuff with Valve.
I don't think. I mean, I think he's also doing that, but I think this is more of a for him thing. So I'm sure he misses a little bit of that stuff he used to do. With like especially Idle Thumbs. I miss Idle Thumbs so much. When the first season of Idle Thumbs ended because one of them was moving to go work at Bethesda or something. It was Jake.
Jake?
Yeah.
Jake never worked at Bethesda, did he?
Some of them.
It's like they all worked at Telltale for a while.
Yeah, maybe Nick went to work. I don't know. I can't remember. One of them was moving away. One of them was moving.
Jake and Chris founded Campo Santo.
Yeah. Campo Santo even ever get to put out a game before they were acquired by Valve?
Yeah, Firewatch.
Oh, right. It was Campo Santo?
Yep. Alright, our alliance is over. Eat horseshoes.
Oh my gosh, Savage 2. Martin says, have either of you played Savage 2? It's half RTS, half melee shooter. I play a lot of it. So
Yeah, I never played Savage.
That was ported to Linux.
Sorry.
I was gonna say, no worries. The developer of Savage. So I obviously working on LinusGames.com. I had some contact with them since they ported it to Linux, which is really cool. They also made a game called Heroes of New Earth, which didn't end up being successful, but like a Dota-like, I guess you would say at this point, a lane-based Lords management game. In the Idle Thumbs parlance. But I got to go to the launch party, I think it was, for Heroes of New Earth. They had like some kind of minor esports competition there. I was there on behalf of LinusGames.com. One of the many opportunities I kind of was too dumb and young to properly do my job. But Savage 2 made me think of that. I don't actually know that I've ever played Savage 2. I think it was like always internally in beta or something. I feel like I was constantly posting about beta updates or something, or somebody was.
Interesting.
Martin says, I never got into Heroes North. I dropped when I moved into that. Yeah, that was also not something that I was super familiar with, and I didn't really have a lot of personal enthusiasm for. But yeah, just a strange time in my life too for that kind of stuff. I had a day job, some other stuff going on.
Oh. I have another crash.
Oh no. Let's see if we can still waiting for you to time out.
Can I tell you about this book I'm reading?
I'm not sure which one.
It's called From a Certain Point of View.
Boy, that sounds familiar. Who wrote it?
Like 40 people.
What?
It's a collection of short stories set within the Star Wars universe.
Ooh.
You know, there's the thing where in Return of the Jedi, Obi-Wan says, well, you know, what I told you was true from a certain point of view.
That's interesting.
And so it's about they invite 40. This is to celebrate the 40th anniversary of the films coming out. So the first one was for A New Hope, and this one that I'm reading right now is for Empire Strikes Back. But they ask all these authors to write little stories that either intersect with or explore a side character or like touch on something that was hinted at as part of the movie without like fixating or focusing on the stuff that is the central focus of the movie, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like it's kind of like an exploration of or meant to be a reflection of the cultural impact that Star Wars has had, and the things that people can see and find within the implied richness of the universe that it's set within, is that all these notable people who contribute to contemporary popular culture are able to find and say something about and within this this story. Is kind of fun.
That's cool. I really enjoyed the Star Wars Tales from the Cantina. I think I still have a copy of it somewhere. They did a couple other Tales of books.
Cool.
Have you read those?
I had a book in the 90s, I think it was, about it just explored like all of the bounty hunters that you see in Empire Strikes Back.
Yeah.
Each of them had their own little story. It was cool.
Yeah, this is a similar kind of thing. I don't know if it's different authors. I can't remember. But it is definitely a bunch of short stories from different perspectives.
Yeah, I think the bounty hunter one I read was like a couple of authors.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's very interesting. Like some of these are like in the one that I'm reading at the moment. The second story was from the perspective of the Wampa that attacks Luke.
Oh, interesting.
And you know, explores like they had found like a cave to live in and build a family, and like that's the opening of it, is that they found this weird cave that's unusual, but it's very well protected and sturdy and stuff, and that turns out to be the base that the rebels, you know, set up shop in.
Wow.
And so yeah, it's about the perspective of that being as these other weird life forms arrive and take over its home.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
That's not certain kind of perspective book, or certain
point of view.
certain point of view. Thank you. Yeah, I found the series. I'm looking at my local libraries. Thingamabob.
Griffin McElroy wrote one for the first book, which was from the perspective of one of the Jawas that found R2-D2 at the beginning of the first film.
Cool.
And I found that one quite moving.
That's cool. Yeah, I think they also work on like
Maybe
comic
tear
books and
up a
stuff
little
too.
Sorry?
I think the McElroys also work on like comics and stuff too.
Yeah. I think Clint's into comic stuff, and they're doing the graphic novels of the Adventure Zone as well.
Oh.
My copy of the Suffering game has been delayed, which is a little bit sad.
Oh.
I don't know if are you familiar with the Adventure Zone?
I'm not. I know it's very popular with some young folks.
It's really good.
Well, Martin
So,
says
like,
their daughter is into Adventure Zone. I think they get to meet the artist here in Boston. Cool.
Yeah, nice. So, like, if you think about the McElroys, like, they have when they're all together doing stuff, like, they have generally have a fair amount of irreverence, I guess.
Absolutely.
Their silliness and humor is they're just kind of recklessly funny sometimes, I suppose.
That is a good way to describe it.
Situations where Travis says something that's not quite great. But yeah, so they did this D&D campaign where it was all shits and giggles, right? Like, it was all dumb fun.
Mm-hmm.
But then it kind of somehow morphed into this thing that meant something to all of them in a very profound way. And it was a surprise, and I think arriving at that as a surprise made it even more impactful, if that makes sense.
Yeah. That's sometimes the best kind of thing.
Audiences as well. That's part of why it means so much. So you'll find that people are very, very excited about and invested in the Adventure Zone. When you talk to people, it's like either people don't know anything about it or they love it to pieces.
Wow, that's cool.
Yeah, it's kind of because of that in my mind. What science do
Yeah, it can be tough. At least for me, it's very tough to pick these things. I don't really. I guess I should put more thought into it. I kind of just go for whatever gives me either the affinity I want or the resource I need. Should get your icon on screen for this or something so that you're represented graphically on the stream.
I can share a camera if you want.
Maybe I could capture.
So you can like do window capture in Discord, and then I think if you hold down Alt and click and drag on
Yeah.
the sides of the thing, you can shrink it in.
Yeah. We should probably do that a different stream though.
Yeah.
We can try that a different time. And
My approach for it, if it's helpful to know, is I pop out the video into a separate window so
That's
that
smart.
I can still interact with Discord without messing that up.
yes, exactly. I'm also hesitant that might introduce some further instability to the game, though that seems unlikely. So unstable.
Yeah, I don't know. It's like it seems so unpredictable.
But yeah, at a minimum, I'd like to get like an icon for you on the screen, something.
At the very least, I can get
Yeah.
my avatar.
I opened up the library, the app that lets me borrow books digitally from the library, and it immediately brought me to a book that I had started reading and not finished. One of the many books I've started reading and not finished over the past few years.
When are these gosh darn satellites gonna crash? I don't want them anymore. 40 turns. Wow, they hang around forever.
They do. I think by default their max is 80, I think. But you can also, I think you can, with any unit, you can fill it, but then of course you lose whatever benefit you had. And you just gain some portion of the non-prorated refund.
Yeah, I don't need to, like, kill them. Alright, sorry about this.
No worries.
Taking a while on my turn there.
You have to You have to F your what the AI has done for you and all this other stuff too. Totally get it.
Do you have any... Well, I guess you don't care. I was about to say, do you have any diplomatic weight with this, Kutama guy? I was like, can you force him to stop attacking the aliens? But he's friendly with me and he doesn't want to, so...
Yeah, I unfortunately have not developed... Oh, whoa! Utama's friendly with me? Apparently, maybe because he's friendly with you. I've undertaken expeditions in lands they consider theirs, and I have a different affinity. But apparently I'm friendly with him.
It's crashed again.
Oh my gosh.
At least we got that turn off.
I was still selecting my production. I'll finish selecting my production. This game. I played so many turns of this on the Steam Deck.
Yeah.
I'm glad I finished
How
that.
do you find it to play?
It plays pretty well on the Steam Deck. Which is surprising, I think. But it
So you use the touchpad as a
yeah. But I'm kind of glad I finished that single player game because that was another reason I had for insomnia. So many nights was I'd be sitting there playing, taking one more turn of Civ.
Yeah. I find it such a hard game to put down. Just get the old Earth for advance, one turn, get you a ton of culture.
Reinvite you. Alright, stand up and stretch for a second. Alright, is it still loading in?
Yeah, I've just got a loading screen now. Even waiting for other players.
There we go, Cheeseness connected.
No, I still see a loading screen. I've got a boom mic that I can move right up into my face so that I can completely torture people with how close they are to my mouth.
I want to have that proper boom mic thing, but usually they clamp onto your desk, and I made a bad desk buying decision last time I switched desks.
Yeah.
And my desk is glass top, which is I knew was a mistake the second I did it. But
I guess you could, if you were willing, you could probably put a couple bits of wood above
Yeah.
and below the glass part, and that would handle that for you.
well, what I actually need to do is remove
in
the
there, by the
glass
way.
top and switch it to wood that's slightly larger so that there's an edge that I can clamp things onto. I saw like one or two other people do this with this specific desk, and I assume I can do that.
Mine's
just a
clamped
lot of
onto the wooden top of my desk, and also underneath, actually clamped onto the frame itself.
Yeah. Interesting. So the frame pieces were large enough to clamp onto?
On mine, yeah, it's like
What's that? 1 square?
1 inch square pipe. At least that's what it looks like.
I've got like so this glass desk has like a pretty thick border around the edge. I don't know how to describe it, but yeah, it's obviously designed to support the weight of glass better.
This is a very long attack. Oh, there we go.
Sometimes it gets stuck.
Oh no, you shithole!
What?
My the AI used my units to attack the aliens.
That is bizarre. You would think that would be like the one thing that this game could possibly understand about this game, about your the way you're playing, and continue on, would be your relationship with the
Yeah.
aliens and other groups.
You would think.
The extract operative covert op is so ridiculous because it's entirely. Oh, you can just reassign them. It's like,
Yeah, I don't know what that
why
is.
am I extricating them?
I guess you would get like experience from that.
I guess. Oh, I should be saving this game.
Yeah, that wouldn't help. Stop sending all the workers away. So annoying. I don't keep a very big fleet of workers. Normally, because like, 3 is enough to, 1 is enough to improve a city over time, and then 3 is enough to kind of manage my normal rate of expansion.
Mm-hmm.
This guy killed a siege worm. I'm gonna declare war on him.
Who did?
Probably Australia.
Oh. Is
He's
there?
friendly with me, but I'm tempted to
Yeah.
make him suffer consequences.
Is there? I was gonna say, is there a? Because obviously that's an Australian, probably Australia thing, but I was gonna say, is there a U.S. one? But I guess then that's just the corporate lady.
Yeah, I suppose.
I'm gonna make a joke about a presidential candidate, but I don't even need to.
I'm gonna get science from farms. I'm really looking forward to it.
Nice. So much farm science. Oh, Utama declared war on me.
I thought he was friendly with you.
He was. Surprising.
Wait, does that mean he's at war with me?
I don't know.
I hope not.
I did have some units stationed near his one of his bases or outposts or whatever, but they weren't doing anything. I think the AI just considers that aggressive, but I'm surprised it like flip-flopped immediately. There was no discussion, no demands. It's like, nah. I wonder if he allied with the pack lady. Surprised she hasn't offered me peace yet, but I don't know how many turns it's been. I wonder if my war...
I am tempted to like declare war on this tool bag. I got some stuff that I'm getting close to kicking off, and I'm sort of like trying to work out what is the best. What is the best, you know, approach to take when it comes to timing all this stuff.
Yeah, I'm laughing because the Poly-Australian unit I'm looking at is called the Educator. Ah!
Wow.
That's impressive. Educator.
Amazing.
Sounds like a wrestling gimmick.
Huh.
I love when I'm producing a gene smelter.
You've got a Punisher.
Yeah.
That sounds pretty gross. It makes me think that they've got like a skull belt buckle.
Mm-hmm. Or the sticker on their Fucking that princess truck.
It's like, do they even know what the character is meant to represent?
I don't think so. I don't think those people have any second thoughts about anything, and it's impressive to me.
When I see that, it's like, it makes me think of that moment from The Princess Bride where it's like, you keep using that word. I do not think that means what you think it means.
Mm-hmm. Battle suits. What a choice.
Actually, I'm not that sad about the siege firm that the guy killed, because that's the one that kept smashing all my stuff.
Makes sense.
I don't have to worry about it quite as much anymore.
Maybe get towards health. Suit. Absolute Warhammer 40k.
Yeah, so how tall is the that science UI thing?
Hmm?
In the filter drop down, orbital is the last one. Can you scroll that? Like, are there more options?
Where is the science picker? Where is the science picker?
You click the beaker at the top corner of the UI.
Oh, there we go. So what are you asking if I could see what? The filter?
There's a drop down where you can search for filter
Yeah.
For filtering on the left.
Yeah, I'm doing that.
The last option for me is orbital.
That's right.
Is that the last option at all? Can that scroll?
Yes, that is the last option as far as I can tell. There's no scrolling in this one.
Okay. I always assumed that there was more and I couldn't see them. For some reason. I'm not sure why.
Am I at war with Polyaustralia? Why is it saying intruders in my
Yeah,
territory?
he declared war on you.
Polyaustralia is what? I thought it was Hutama.
Yeah, Hutama is the Polyaustralian dude.
Oh my gosh, dude. I had no idea. Wow. I feel like I can't. That's the disconnect between the icons and everything. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about, where it's like it says the person's name but doesn't say the faction name, and you're left wondering what the hell is going on.
Like you say, it crashed again?
Yeah.
Incredible. Alright, I need to invite. Yes, there's the Astro Mini Human. Everybody's dead, Dave.
Yeah, I was gonna say, is the Last Human is the name of one of the Red Dwarf books.
That book.
Is Last Human the first one?
I don't know. It's been so long since I've read those. I will never read them again. Just
There's
deeply strange
Last
books.
Human, Better Than Life, and Infinity Welcomes Careful Drivers. Maybe Infinity Welcomes Careful Drivers is the first one.
Maybe.
And then Better Than Life, and then Last Human, I think. I think Last Human has Lister going back to Earth and becoming king of the cockroaches. I don't know if you saw, but a while back, a statement was made. There was a bit of conflict between Rob Grant and Doug Naylor,
I didn't know that.
where they didn't, I don't know, they didn't get along. There were some like things and some legal stuff. And last year, I think it was, they put up an announcement saying that they're very happy to announce that the ongoing dispute over the rights has been resolved and moving onwards. Rob and Doug both hope to launch separate iterations of Red Dwarf across various
Separate iterations? What?
Yeah, so here's the thing, like the book continuity, like the books don't match the TV shows. They're like a separate thing. And I think that's what they're thinking about.
Interesting. It's so strange. Separate continuities for Red Dwarf. I guess they'd have to have like different, they'd probably give them different names or something.
I don't know. I mean, like, it was never a problem for Hitchhiker's Guide.
Oh, between like the radio series and the books and
Radio series, the books, TV series.
there were like two different
games,
radio series, weren't
movie.
there?
There were 2 seasons of the original radio series.
Because I think
And
they-
then after Douglas died, a bunch of people he had worked with came together to make more of the radio play based on the remaining books. But they still like have their own stuff going on a bit. The second season of the radio play doesn't match what happens in the books.
I didn't know that. I started listening to that radio series a long time ago. It's kind of tough to catch up on that. I need to redo that. Start over again. I think I recall enjoying a lot about the radio series. Speaking of things I could enjoy with Junior.
I think the radio play is better than the books. In some ways, like it was that came first, right? That's what it was written for. That's
really
how it was conceptualized.
I don't think I knew that.
Yeah, and the parts were written for the actors that played them as well.
Wow, I had no idea.
So when Douglas Adams was thinking about Arthur, he was thinking about Simon Jones, and I think some of that carries through a bit in it all. In my opinion, the LP version, which is like a re-recording of the radio play, is the strongest because it's like everybody's had a bit more of a chance to get into what they're doing. They're a bit more familiar with the characters.
I'm sorry, you said the LP version?
Yeah.
So the album?
Yeah, like the vinyl album version.
Is it significantly different than the than the original radio? I'm so confused.
It's not. I wouldn't say it's significantly different. It has a couple of like writing tweaks that make things feel a bit better and flow a bit better. It has a couple of story tweaks that I think also make things feel and flow a little bit better. But it's just like everything feels more polished.
Huh.
Broadly,
No
though,
idea.
it's the same thing.
I had no idea. Thank you. I really enjoyed the books.
Yeah, books are great. It's sad. I recall reading an interview or something where Douglas had said that he never wanted or expected the last book to be the last book. Like, he didn't think that was the ending that he wanted to have for that universe and for the characters. But alas, he died.
Yeah. That's a shame. He's such a cool dude.
Yeah, he did a lot of cool stuff.
I recall not being entirely happy with what he did to one of the characters, I think, but I can't remember the details. It's been so long. Did you play Starship Titanic?
No, Miriam bought it for me, but I could never get it installed.
Oh, Martin asked if I could turn down the game sound slightly. I'm sorry, I missed your request, Martin. I will do that.
I didn't have any game audio at the moment.
Wow. There you go. I turned down the game audio a bit. It is also a bit loud, so I had my headphones down too.
Yeah, I think I'm going to make everyone attack me, which I don't really like.
I feel like my cities are getting bombarded. Didn't expect that.
Oh, what are they getting bombarded by?
Yeah, Australian dude. I liked when I'm the one bombarding the other cities, not the one being bombarded. Doesn't the game realize that I'm the protagonist of this game?
Protagonist is going to protag, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Come on. There's nobody in that city. Yes!
You took a city?
I just took the city. I usually just annex the city. I guess I'm going to do that. I don't mind showing me this other city. And I guess I need to fall back to a defensive position though, because for some reason, like all my warmongering, being attacked. I still don't know why this guy attacked me. Utama, when we were friendly.
If you go to the diplomacy thing, it'll tell you about any predispositions he has.
You're undertaking expeditions in lands they consider theirs. They believe that we are building new cities too aggressively. You have a different affinity. Well, that seems like a lot of
Yeah, it all adds up, I guess.
Yeah.
I'm just going to go the loo. I'll be back in a tick.
Yeah, no worries. Take your time. I think of what I can do to gain a better hand in this situation with all these. Oh gosh, I didn't quite realize how many ships there are around my cities.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Are your turns still going?
Yeah, I'm just about to hit next turn, realizing how deeply effed my defensive posture is at the moment.
Oh man, you're gonna get carriers.
Yeah. It's a lot of poly-Australian ships. Maybe I'll be the one giving Poly-Australia their city back. Exchange for peace, but we'll see.
I don't know. Don't let him have it.
I have a defensive unit in a city that is completely incapable of defending against these guys. It's the land unit, they have boats. I love the term poly-Australian educator. It's so funny. What a great like neoliberalism. We have all these educators. They're just out there educating. Don't you want to be educated?
Right?
Very Judge Dredd.
It's also got like kind of, would you like to know more overtones
Yeah,
as well?
totally.
Is there a way to review like another faction's military might?
That's a good question. It's just based on their score? I don't know. Oh, your score is quite high. I'm just clicking these tabs. Not, yeah, you've got 962. The highest score of the game right now is yours.
Oh wow.
It shows your wonders. You've got a ton of wonders.
I'm about to have one more.
Nice.
I do wish that this, at the end of a game, it gave you like NetHack style. You were peaceful. You were.
Yeah,
You know,
that'd be cool. I feel like that's not even that like complicated to make. Speaking of lazy devs, quote unquote.
well, I mean, they've already got achievements for that, right? Like I got an achievement the other day for like finishing a game without declaring war on anyone. But I think I'm more interested in that on a per run basis rather than a have you ever done the thing. That's the thing I don't like about achievements. People are like, oh, it's cool because they encourage you to like try different stuff, but they encourage you to try something once and then never think about it again.
That's true. I do. So recently, I started getting to retro achievements. Are you familiar with that?
No.
I guess I think you're not really interested in emulation that much, but
I've got a loading screen.
Yeah. It's mostly around getting achievements for emulated games. And it's pretty interesting to me because it's a community developed. I haven't really looked into it that much. I just finally started using an account I made like a decade ago for that thing. And getting achievements in an emulated game I play on the Burnout series. And yeah, it's really cool to me that this thing exists and that the community makes it and that it encourages me to just play these older games more and have like some kind of goal with them. Which I think otherwise, like, it'd be totally reasonable to just get that goal normally from, you know, just being interested in the game or whatever. But I think for people who are interested in having, for people who are interested in achievements, it is a great way to interact with these older games, even though, as you say, it does have these limitations of just getting you to do something once potentially. But it may also just, I don't know.
Yeah, I think it's a very different thing when it's community driven, right?
Exactly. Though I don't think there's any like, I don't think there's anything like personally. I don't see much negative of it besides that it only gets you to do it once aspect.
I think socially it encourages people. Sorry, I'm eating shapes.
No worries.
I think socially it encourages people to engage in pissing contests, which I don't think is healthy.
Yeah, I think that kind of burned itself out though at some point. I'll say goodnight to Martin Owens, who's heading to bed. Thank you for tuning in.
Have a good one, Martin. Always good to see you. Yeah, I don't know. Like, as a developer, I exist in a place, and it's like there's a narrative that I don't think it's gone away. I think it's still there. I think it's just achievements are now so normalized that like it's not a thing anymore. In terms of, what am I saying? Yeah, I don't know. As a developer, I still feel like there's a whole ton of people and a whole ton of narratives out there that are like, you can't make games without achievements today.
Well, I think, yeah, it's like I used to work on, a long time ago, I worked on the Xbox, and part of my job was to do certification. That was my only job, really. And yeah, the certification requiring achievements was initially what brought them about, right? Or from the developer's perspective was, oh, we have to put achievements into our game, and then like the earliest ones were just like terrible, like beat every level in the game, one per level, do this, do that, like zero creativity for the most part in them. I think like slowly over time they've gotten to be a little bit better at least. What has begun? Something has begun? Something popped up and said something has begun, and I have no idea what on earth it said. Okay. Something's begun, I guess. Hopefully it's good.
Oh, I don't know.
It was an ominous bell ring.
I think like the ominous bell ringing would have been me building a wonder.
Oh, okay, that's fine. Ominous bell ringing, I love it.
It's a pretty cool wonder, by the way. It gives you, let me see, what are the stats from it again? %25% production for buildings and wonders.
Nice. It's a good deal.
Which is obscene, right? I think it's obscene.
I mean, that's the way wonders work, right? They're these, for lack of a better term, trump cards that you build towards. And
Yeah, I guess, but they're so obtainable.
Are they? I don't know. I need to play more of this game. I've not really worked
There's
towards.
so many of them.
It's so weird this guy hasn't tried to recapture this base I took from this outpost.
He's too busy wasting his resources on destroying aliens.
You have to.
Crawler has been built. Oh, is that the one?
Hmm?
It said crawler has been built by another civilization.
Yeah, that's me. That's the plus 25% production.
Cool. How do you tell if a... Oh, it says 1 here, so it must not be starving then.
Hmm?
I'm looking at the city. I got a message earlier that a city was starving. Or was
Oh, no.
about to be. And so I was trying to figure out... how to tell if that was still the case or not, but it looks like they're okay now. I would just honestly help if I bought some tiles for them to work on. I don't feel like the heart, I don't feel like this enemy has their heart in attacking. But who knows, maybe they're about to drop 400 pounds of armor on me.
It's alright, they're all gonna come and attack me in a minute.
No worries.
The thing I don't like in general is that when they're attacking the aliens, they're getting like free levels ups and stuff.
Yes. I get it.
Getting all this veterancy for their units.
Hola, how can...
Finally done with my turn. I went to for... It was finally done with my turn. It took forever for me to get there.
Uh-oh.
Who is that? There's an enemy unit moving on land. I can't identify them. Oh, there. It's Mark? It's my guy, but who's this guy? Who the heck? It doesn't... There's no icon for a unit I'm looking at.
Yeah, it's because they're like on the edge of the fog of war, right?
Oh, is that why?
But I think if you just hover the mouse over it and leave it there, you'll get like a little tooltip under the mouse cursor after a couple of seconds.
Oh. Hmm. It's always obnoxious when you don't want the units you're selecting to move over water, but then they move over water. it's like, well,
Hmm.
we've totally lost. We've already failed.
Oh no, there goes the game.
Crashed again?
Yep.
Okay. Let me re-invite. Guess I should wait for it to finish crashing.
Yeah, I already got it. It's starting up.
Okay.
Takes a lot longer to start than it does to crash.
Oh, I finally destroyed this educator. I wonder
Now who's educated?
Now I'm the pack leads.
We are backwards.
We are strong.
In their appearance in
Lower decks?
Lower Decks. Yeah. There's kind of like a running gag where they think that every ship is the Enterprise.
Of course they do. It's so good. I'm waiting to intern. I'm sure it's safe to do so.
Uh-huh. I see a post has popped up in my feed from someone who says, I worked at Tripod, owned by Lycos, when Lycos also acquired Angelfire. It turned out that the entire site, login, HTML editor, uploader, everything, was run on a single CGI script that was written in C.
Oh my gosh. That sounds about right
The
for Tripod.
CGI binary was named A.out, which I assumed stood for Angelfire.out.
Amazing. I didn't know Tripod and Angelfire were ever related.
Hmm. I'm not sure if I did.
I used both webs. Well, I think I mainly used Angelfire. I think that was my perceived genre at the time.
Angelfire was like a GeoCities host website thing. Yeah.
I didn't use as much as I used GeoCities. I definitely put the most time into GeoCities.
Is Trump German or is Trump Scottish? Why won't he choose one? What is he hiding?
My problem with this entire kind of thing is, I mean, I don't know if anyone's serious about asking this kind of question, but
I mean, it kind of legitimizes the nonsense that they get up to, right?
Well, it's also like ever assuming that there's like getting into an argument with one of these people is like it doesn't make sense because it never makes sense, and
there's no positive outcomes.
There's no positive outcome, and there's never a situation where one of them is sincerely believes the thing that they're saying.
Yeah.
The argument exists to have the argument so that they can benefit from the argument existing. They don't. Yeah, it's totally bizarre. I have a city called Harta and a city called Harsha.
Well, that's helpful.
Yeah. Apparently, oh, Harta is the one I acquired though through colonization means. So, I guess that kind of makes sense that I have two similarly named cities for that reason. I didn't realize that until I looked into it closer. I'm putting, oh, this is not Harsha to Harta trade route, but it's close to it. Someday I'll have a Harsha to Harta trade route. I can call it a Harsha the Heart Tark. What is even this? The Australian guy has cities named Richport, Rangi, and Freeland. Freeland and Rangi kind of get Richport. I mean, it does sound, I don't know. They're all vaguely Australian sounding city names, I suppose. I don't know. It's a weird combination. Maybe
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's like it's meant to be Australia and general Asia Pacific, Islander, Polynesia.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like a ton of a weird mix of a bunch of disparate Asia Pacific cultures and also the colonial stuff that's there. So
baked into
yeah, you kind of see that level of odd stuff. Excuse me, looks like a disconnect when you see it, right? You're like, why is this way? It's weird. But yeah, I think you see that a lot out there in the world. I'm fighting with the AI. I keep sending this agent back to my headquarters, and they kept sending it back to this one town that they think needs covert ops.
Very good. Sounds like exactly something the AI would do. Oh my gosh, I was trying to search in Discord for something, and I realized that it's not showing it to me because I'm in streamer mode.
Oh yeah, very
So, like,
frustrating.
It's smart that it does that change a little bit at least to try to avoid doxing people, or whatever. But then it's a little frustrating when you're like trying to use the UI and you're not quite sure why, even though there's a giant blue or purple banner that says streamer mode is enabled. I should have realized.
I put all my satellites back to sleep again.
Nice. Did you ever listen to the LinuxGames.com podcast back when that was a thing?
I don't think so.
Okay. I did like maybe like 4 or 5
I never really
episodes.
got into podcasts.
Huh. Oh, my explorer is destroyed. Aliens.
Oh no.
I just want to explore this derelict settlement. Yeah, it's been destroyed. That's okay. I don't know why the AI moved all their units off of me. Maybe we get to go attack you. He was like bombarding the city successfully, and then he just didn't have any land units to take it with. There we go. I finally got my Harsha to Harta. Excellent. How on earth do I have 3 aircraft stations in this one place? So to build a carrier. We should probably wrap it up soon. I've been streaming for almost 6 hours.
Yeah, no worries.
Maybe the next time
It's such a
crashes.
hard game to
Yes. Walk away from.
put down.
Okay. Finally ended my turn.
Guess what's happening next turn?
Wonder?
No, not yet. I'm gonna buy me a new unit.
Nice.
It's gonna be very exciting.
I keep forgetting to buy units. I'm glad I've managed to remain, I think, positive energy for this entire game, or most of it. It's pretty good.
Only 5 Xenomass. I'm so angry.
I bet you're trading some Xenomass.
Yeah, I'm gonna try and trade with a dude.
Oh. Well, the Poly-Australian guy finally wants the city back. Sure. All I do is win. Alloy foundry. Ooh. Ooh. Well, how can I turn that down? That looks like a great offer, Cheese. Thank you.
Guess who has a Xenotitan?
Nice. That's that group of enemy units, or is it just one, or excuse me, of alien units, or is it just one alien unit?
It's the one big alien.
Nice. Surprised that AI hasn't tried to infiltrate my cities basically at all. I mean, they've done a few things, but never to any success. Geez, do you have any thoughts on 3D printing? Very curious.
In what sense?
I'm curious if you think it's wasteful or useful, or you know.
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at, is like thinking about what is the impact. Like I think like culturally, kind of like human scale industrial revolutions happening individually for people in their own homes and houses is really cool. Like that's a really exciting thought. But it does like increase our plastics dependencies, right?
Absolutely.
And we don't have, I don't know, I mean there's other stuff, like you don't have to extrude plastic, right? You can extrude other kinds of things, but I don't think we have a culture surrounding that stuff that leads towards people, you know, efficiently recycling stuff and being mindful about sustainability. It does feel like it leads towards more disposable things.
Yes. Well, one thing I think is really interesting about it is you can use these 3D, theoretically, you can fix things with 3D printers by building pieces that are broken or improving something that you have, which I think is pretty cool. Like, it's hard to be upset about that kind of thing. It's just that even to do that, you end up having to make a bunch of prototypes usually, I think.
Yeah.
Unless it's something that's like well known, someone's already made the thing you need, the part you need.
Like a lot of that is also how much like engineering literacy people have. So like the more familiar you are with engineering, the less iteration you need to do on stuff to arrive at what it needs to be.
Yep.
And so people probably get better at that over time.
Definitely.
Well, you can see my Xenotitan now. I've moved it out of the capital.
I think you are, what color are you? You got pale blue? There it is. Oh no, I can't really see much of your territory.
Oh.
Hmm.
Can you see liqueur at all? Yeah, okay.
That's all I can see is it's mostly fog of ward. Do research. Alright, let's see this bastion for a defensive spin. Ooh, alien kraken.
Kraken's pretty cool.
Yeah. I love how it looks like a giant mountain. Let's get the guy home. Okay, finally ended my turn. It's interesting, this game like really slows down later the more you play.
Yeah.
It's kind of like, in some ways, like the opposite, I think, of other games. You might become more efficient over time.
I think it's like it's just like you scale up so big.
Yeah. Polystralia. Oh man, Polystralia or somebody just killed that Kraken.
Boo.
That's very lame. Go.
No!
What's wrong?
I crashed.
Oh no. Well, we should probably call it a day anyway, I guess.
Yeah, no worries.
I will move some units around and save the game, and we will come back to this next week.
Well, thanks for that. That's fun.
Thank you so much, Cheese. I really appreciate your time. And, I know you're a busy gentleman.
No, it's all good. I don't mind.
I'm leapfrogging some air units from city to city, rebasing them every turn, like Quantum Leap style. So I keep them ready to...
Could be the next leap will be the leap home.
Mm-hmm. They did a remake of that show, didn't they? I've never seen it.
They did?
Yeah.
I've never seen it.
Pretty sure they did it very recently. In the past 4 years. ...2022 TV series. Oh my gosh.
Wow.
2 seasons. I'm very curious about that. That's almost a show I want to go in knowing nothing about and can be either pleasantly surprised or...
The remake or...
Yeah, the remake.
Have you seen the original stuff?
I've seen quite a bit of the original. I don't know how much... I don't know how old I was when I saw it, so I probably didn't put a lot of thought into it. But I think I enjoyed the goofball technology. And what's his face is acting, the guy who was there but not really there to help
Scott
out.
Bakula.
Yeah. Sam was there but not really there. I need to save and quit. Thank you. I'll say while we're still on air, thank you for tuning in for another round of Civ Beyond Earth featuring Valiant Cheese. You should check out Cheese's games. What's a good URL for people to check you out, Cheese?
Cheeseness.h.io is fine.
Cheeseness.itch.io. Check it out to get some quality cheese products. I believe they're all technically vegan. So check those out. I really like a Hive Time. That'd be my recommendation of where to start. And also look forward to Fossil Super from Cheese. Thank you so much for tuning in. I'm going to hit the stop recording button there as we switch over to our goodbye screen.